Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. I am exhausted, and it's time. It's time to play some Minecraft. I'm real excited about Minecraft. I have to I have to stop watching Malcolm in the Middle though. What is this? Get 15% off merch store from Crunchyroll. What do you have to do that stuff? Okay then. Tell me nothing about these features that you are offering that I am supposedly going to promote. Why would I need to know anything about the offerings of which they have? It's time for some Minecraft. I placed about a shulker box or so of concrete powder off stream. There we go. And I have to say, it looks great. I feel like I'm almost done with the lower layers. I'm done with at least that layer. It looks good though. I'm starting to creep this way, which is a bit concerning, but it's fine. I'm thinking the terraining will stop right about this corner. I think that's what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop this at this corner and maybe fade it in or just hard sharp line. I don't know. I'm going to save that for later. That sounds like a future me problem that I don't need to have. I also was thinking of maybe putting some trees in because I kind of like that tree a lot. I like the azaleas, but I think as it gets closer to the base, it should obviously get more dead. Oh. But yeah, so that's what I'm doing. What's the next color I'm playing? Oh boy. We'll figure out why that's a problem in a second. This is how much I have of lime terracotta. I'm probably gonna have to mine some terracotta, but it's okay. I also need to make more what is that stuff? I need to make some concrete, like solid concrete. I want to make placing all this stuff a little easier. Also, my life was a lot easier when I pushed this horse off the ledge, because I've been accused of being a horse murderer too many times. And I definitely am. But it's okay. Well, he doesn't like me anyway, so it's okay if I kill him. I'm probably gonna have to go through and fix any sea lanterns. But it's okay. I wish that there was something that was less... I don't know. What I hate is that there's just not a lot of carpet type blocks. But it's okay. Anyway. How's everybody doing today? I could use a nap. If I'm just gonna be honest, I could use a nap. I forced myself to clean the floors. I use one of those Oceaderm wraps. So, I forced myself to do the floors because I was just so tired that I was like, I don't want to do this. And then once I got the floors going, I realized that... Oh no, now he loves me! Now I'm the person who killed the horse that they made fall in love with them first. Jesus. It's okay. Maybe I don't kill the horse and things go smoothly. Oh, Frost. Can't kill him now. You don't know that. Now I want to do it because you said that. I just wish I could get him to go up a step. I mean, I could if I got a harness, a saddle, and walked around. Like, walked him around. Walked him to an upper land. He wouldn't have food, though. Horses aren't going to be able to survive here. Get a lead. That is true. I could get a lead. What do you think, Bishamoten? Oh, nope. That's Akuma. Never mind. I should have known by the lack of the crazy eyes. My female cat has crazy eyes, dude. She's just... I can be honest, I don't think she's at risk of being kidnapped ever. Alright, as long as the horse stays over here, we're fine. I'm not going to go down for horse murder as long as the horse is that way. Which is nice, at least. Anyway. But, yeah. It's Thursday, so it's time to do some placing blocks in Minecraft. I'm not really too sure how long I'll do this for, because I keep getting bored. I'll log on, like, in a Discord call with, like, Noxie and Caboose, and I'll, like, knock out some, and then I'll just go, this is the most boring task that I've ever come up with. And I subject stream to this boringness whenever Minecraft comes up. Because this is a task that I've decided on, and, well, everybody enjoys a good bad decision. I don't know if doing this was a bad decision, though. But I'll find out. Oh my god, I ordered a Chewy box, told Caboose about it, and he just went, why would you order one of those for the cats? And I was like, what do you mean? I ordered a box from Chewy for, like, Daisy's food, because, you know, I'm not going to the vet every single time I need to buy food. And, like, some toys. And I told him about the toys, and he was like, what the fuck? Took him a minute. But that box is apparently arriving today, so I'll have it. I'll have it. I bought flea and tick spray, and I'm really excited. When I say the ticks are bad this year, I mean, like, mysterious tick found in the bathroom on the shower, like, up high. Which just, yeah. I'm thinking about getting the cat flea collars. Well, flea and tick collars, because of the amount of ticks that we're finding just in the house. But they're so expensive. Like, we went to a place in town that has flea and tick collars, and, like, we know the people there, so we asked them. I had 2 ticks on me the other day. I live in the city. That's, honestly, when I think city living, I think freedom from ticks. So that's insane. My neighbor was outside doing yard work, and she had 5 on her. But when I went through and I cut down some of my lilacs, like the dead ones and the trees that are in them, no ticks that I know of. When I take Esther for physical walks outside of like her normal area, it's not that I find ticks on her. It's that because of her close proximity to me, I find ticks on me constantly because, well, they don't want to bite her and die, of course. I think they were in my truck from when we went ATVing over the weekend. Ooh, that's bad. Well, it says on the weekend, but fuck it. Yeah, you gotta be careful. We just spray ourselves down with flea and tick spray. As people, we spray ourselves. I got this, I don't know where I, like, would buy it again. The label was ruined. But over the winter, there was somebody who was at our vet giving out, flea and tick spray that she makes. And I was like, oh, that's really cool. And she goes, yeah, here, you guys can have some. And I was like, sick, but we don't need it. I think, okay, yeah, perfect. I was like, I don't understand why you're going to give this to me in the middle of winter, but thank you very much. I used that, and I think it works. But because it's small batch, it's in such a small little spritzer that it's kind of a pain in the butt to spray. I do have to say, though, Esther is very on track to what being sprayed down means, at least. She gets it, which is really good. Because honestly, the worst thing in the world is like chasing your dog down because you're like, get over here, I need to do this thing. And they're just like, why are you trying to assassinate me? Hard. Hard, that's for sure. It was the free sample size, just like from a drug dealer. See, I don't think so, though. Like, all jokes aside, I don't actually think it was a free sample size. I think that was just the way that they came. But she was just giving them out for free, and when we offered to pay, she was like, oh, no, no, no. She's like, I come to this vet to give out, like, flea and tick spray, so people don't have to worry about buying it. Our vet is a little bit in a rural area. It's also known as one of the cheaper vets, or one of the cheapest vets around. By no means does that mean that they are cheap, but they just don't believe in raising their prices insanely. However, they do seem to match the price of when the vet, like what the vet rate is in the area, they match that price. So when it went up from, I think it was 60 to 70, they went to, it was like 75. They did 72. They were like, yeah, 72. But it wasn't necessarily for the vet. Apparently it was for the vet techs, because if his price goes up, their price obviously goes up. And some of them live like 2 hours away just to work there. But I hate the spritzer on that stuff, and also, I'm going to be honest, I don't really trust random free stuff that I get from people. So I've been using it, but I wanted something that was tested, easier to spray. There are so many ticks, y'all. I could have tested it. This is how you test your flea and tick spray to see if it actually is killing them, by the way. You get a tick, you put it in a cup, you spray it with the flea and tick spray. If it doesn't fucking die within at least a minute, garbage. Garbage, okay? All it's doing is making the ticks jump off your dogs and onto you. Y'all need to use the D. Oh my god. I hear the EPA in the distance. I hear EPA in the distance. just in the distance waiting. They're like, who said ruin the environment? But it works. Oh yeah, no. Listen. It's not that it didn't work, it was that it was fundamentally bad for the environment. It didn't just work, it annihilated. But you also can't, I don't think it's safe for pets. And that's what we're working on here, is safe for pets. No, I don't care about me, I care about my animal. I mean, hell, I don't even buy flea spray for my, like, I don't buy mosquito repellent. I use the stuff that's for dogs because it's just... You know what's been purchased more frequently? The spray that I get for the dogs. Does fleas, ticks, mosquitoes, all that stuff, okay? No, that stuff, the ingredients, still good. The ingredients in my actual mosquito repellent, first off, I still get bit using that shit. Don't when I'm using the dog one. The ingredients, because it's been sitting for 4 years, I think is the last time I bought it. Yeah, probably deactivated and no longer works. I know what you're thinking. That's why you're getting bit by mosquitoes. No, I was using it when it was still good, okay? I raise you. No, probably not. I get bug spray for us with all the DEET. Good. I mean, it works, though. It works. It's just a problem. Listen, Caboose is about ready to go straight up nuclear. He is one more tick away. Not one toe out of line. One more tick away from just buying all the heavy chemicals and pesticides that they used to use and, like, I don't even remember when. And he's about to drench our fucking yard in it. Okay? Apparently a random tick on the shower wall, that is his biggest fear. And then he tried to mock me for a spider coming down from the ceiling a few hours later, and I was like, nah, bitch, you have no grounds to work with. Get that spider now. And you know what he did? He picked up the cat. It would be the line. It would be. It would be. He's pulled off a few ticks from himself so far, and, like, I've only had, like, I think 2 latch, thankfully, which I'm a little nervous about, because even though I don't feed into the conspiracy theories, I can't say that I didn't consider that these ticks were released as an effort to promote the new Lyme and Lepto shot. Okay? I'm not saying that I believe it. I'm just saying that it's hard to explain to me that that's not a place that things would go. I don't have any powdered concrete, but I really wish I did. And I mean on me, not in, like, general. I have too much powdered concrete. Honestly, I'm kind of there too. I vowed that I would start taking Esther on weekly walks. It probably should be more than once a week, but I don't think so. And after, like, I think it was like 3 or 4 walks, I kept repeatedly pulling ticks off of me. Like, mind you, I'd sprayed her down, I sprayed myself down, and then, like, after we got home, I switched clothes. But because I don't have my tried and true flea and tick spray, I didn't switch clothes, lay them out, spray them down, and then put them in the hamper. Just put them there, and I don't know. Just don't like it. Not to mention, the cats are scratching. It's just that time where they're shedding, and it's probably their, shed coat, bothering them. But now I'm paranoid we have flea. Like, I'm just This, I looked forward to this time of year, and now I'm questioning why the fuck I did. You know, it sounds like winter was far more peaceful. I'm just gonna be honest, guys. It sounded like winter was far more peaceful. I know there's still, like, they still are there. Fun fact, they don't disappear. They go into hibernation, and one warm day can bring them back, okay? It's like a horror movie. But still. Yeah, but fuck the cold. I mean, if that's how you prefer. Yeah, no, I hate the cold. I'm just gonna move on. I hate the cold. I really do. But, like, I do. I genuinely do. But, like, why did it have to be one of the worst tick seasons in a while? Not to mention I watched the map for the Lone Star tick, and that little bastard. Who's gonna take care of that? Huh? I don't know. Big Meat sounds like they're gonna have a problem. If that Lone Star tick starts taking over more and more, I mean, it sounds like they're gonna have a problem. Who's gonna be left to eat the cows that they've overproduced? I mean, most of the cows that are overproduction are actually dairy cows, but still. And the dairy industry just gets smaller and smaller every year with the, you know, with the oat milk. With the oat milk, the almond milk, the cashew milk, the hemp milk. Soon there's going to be butterfly milk, and no one's going to ask any questions at that point because the questions were already there. How do you milk an almond? What do you mean? You know, we've learned it. We've got the answers. I'm just going to be here with my tinfoil hat, very happy to be there. Trust me, believe it or not, my husband's family already knows that I belong in a tinfoil hat. Because I just immediately was like, yeah, what benefit does it have to certain authorial stances for us to be alive, healthy, and well? Benefits more to be not those things. Everyone looks at me like I was crazy, and I was just like, it's facts. Someone did try to, like, back it up, but also be like I was wrong, and I was just like, you enjoy that. It's true, it really is. It really is. It's the saddest part. I don't know, I've stopped paying attention. I literally, on stream, was told about the virus on the cruise ships, and then I looked it up, and I just immediately went, oh, lovely! Just immediately, I was like, lovely, I love that. Because it's not just, like, the virus, right? That's obviously intrinsically bad, but there's already people that have started the spreading. The super spreaders, if you will, that are already there doing the things. And I'm like, you know what? Were you paid? Are you guys paid actors? That's why they don't cure anything. Just treat it. Exactly. Exactly. I mean, China is actually... So, they're very weird people. They actually have healthcare and they do things. They do lean a lot more towards their own medicine versus Western medicine, and you know what? I'm not gonna argue with them because they're getting results. Right? I don't care what kind of results. They're getting something done at least. But like, even if they come out with a cure, I don't think at least Americans would even trust it. Whatever it is. Like, if they came up, if they immediately were like, hey guys, we accidentally made a virus, you know, just theoretically speaking, and was like, yeah, so not great, but we already have the vaccine for it, people would be like, well, no. What? No. You know? Just, obviously, you can't have the answers to the problems you created. Just no. I mean, they're finding a lot more of health. They are starting to do a little more... Get out of here! They're starting to do more work with figuring out, like, issues in women's healthcare, but I think that more or less has a movement to be with that women are pushing more than they did before and are in the space of healthcare in order to actually... And not by in the space, like... they weren't before, but nurses and doulas were not as respected as pediatricians, neurosurgeons. It's the only way to get things moving, I guess. Connections. There's a spicy lima bean in the water, and I'm going to try to avoid it. Oh. Oh, I was already at the point anyway that was too far. Oh, I have to start again. I'm not looking forward to moving up as much as I am just going down. Because this all has to go... I have to do this all over everywhere. Because I didn't decide to start at one level. I chose what level I wanted the house to be, and I started, and I'm gonna go from there. Oh. I have to say, though, I didn't know that this month was mental health month until I looked on Instagram. It's objectively where I learn all my news now, or at least of things that are happening, and then I further research, but it's just... I gave up on the news, like the news, so long ago. Like, genuinely, I gave up on the news, and just immediately is like, there's nothing here for me, besides... brain rot. I'm solid. You know, if we could do that shift click thing that Java could do, that'd be amazing. Why no block? Are we already going to Terracotta? I think I am. Which means I have to go snag a beacon. I gave up on the news too, but now my mother-in-law lives with us, so I have to hear about it every day. That sucks. As somebody who's lived with their father-in-law, I'm sorry. I already understand the level of crazy you're being driven to. Though, we lived with him, so that was already driving me crazy. Because I had to clean the house to the point of we didn't live here, like, all the time. And actually, deadass, gonna be honest with you guys, he's a man who worked a lot. So the house was not clean. It wasn't clean when I started. And every single time I did a step that seemed, air quotes, unnecessary, he would just be like, you didn't need to do this. It looked fine before. And I would just be like, excusez-moi. And he couldn't understand why I was mad. But he got on board after a while. But yeah, no, that's rough. That dead ass is rough though. No one understands until you actually do it, especially if you don't live with people to begin with. Having someone move in, it's cute for college. Then as an adult, you're like, get out of my fucking house. Get out. I don't want you in here anymore. I don't want to share my life with you. I don't want to share the air with you. And then you feel bad because obviously, you know, they're family or whatever. But it's rough. Especially when they talk about topics that you don't particularly care about. There's always the devil's advocate part of my brain that's like, and what if they bring up political views that are absolutely not aligned? But family would never do that. I'm kidding. Kind of. Family's job is to absolutely drive you crazy. According to my therapist, at least. And that man knows a lot. Yeah, it's been 2 years now and she's doing better with us than she was on her own. See, that's the silver lining, though, is that by being with you, I'm just going to assume by the fact that, you know, you're saying that she's doing better. Being with you, at least, you know that she's okay. You know that she's eaten, showered, taken her medication. All elderly people have medication, okay? That's just a fact. That's, you know, it's a peace of mind, though. But goddamn, you do not have to pretend that it is fun, because I understand. Taking care of other people, dead ass, it sucks sometimes. Especially when they have autonomy over themselves and they decide that they're doing something that you told them not to do. Yeah. I mean, our grandma, woman who's like a grandma to us, she was not home for 9 months. She ended up falling off the wagon as far as health and mental health goes. They were still not too sure what exactly happened. And they're not telling us, like, if her actual kids know, they're not talking about it, and she's not talking about it, right? But in that time that she was gone, though, like, the silver lining to that was they found a mass on her lung. And they were like, well, this doesn't explain what was going on with her, but, like, it's lung cancer, so we're taking out the lung. And now she's home. Lived long enough to get cancer. 4 times. 4 times. How fucking insane is that? After the first round, just, you don't have to. I won't treat it. I'm just gonna lay down. I'm gonna lay down and let the cancer take me. I'll give up so quick. I'm gonna actually pull this back just very slightly. But I'm gonna leave it right there for right now. Does this look even good anymore? Nice. Well, not for the leukemia, but like for the remission. That's always good, though. I'm really, really biting my tongue because we're not going on that rant. When I go off the rails, these VODs don't get re-uploaded anywhere. And I immediately delete them after stream. And I don't want to go that place. Because I also then sit in bed panicked that I've gone too far. There's no such thing, but like, you know. Oh. I'm low on terracotta. Well, if I'm not placing blocks, I'm going to be mining blocks. At least I have aspirations. I got the layering wrong, actually, when I was placing the stuff off stream, fun fact, and it was bad. I had to mine it all. I started getting, like, motion sick because I wasn't feeling good, and then I had to go back and mine it all back up because it was the wrong color. Wrong color, wrong block. There we go. Do I just not want to deal with the lighting being sunk down one? Maybe. Okay. You know, honestly, I don't pay attention to Minecraft updates, so it took me to watching a Hermitcraft episode to realize that you now can turn deep slate, like regular deep slate, into cobble slate through the grindstone cutty station. Yeah, that's definitely what we're calling it from now on. I saw that, immediately went, nah, that's just Java. I'm just so bitter about everything that Java has. But I immediately just go, nope, that's only Java. Oh gosh, this layer's a thick one right here at least, and then it thins out and I think it goes... It's a big one actually. Oh, I stopped doing this entire thing. Oops. Oopsie whoopsums. It's fine. We're gonna look back at this later, and it's gonna be funny. All the places that are missed. And they're gonna keep spreading like wildfire. The amount of shulker boxes needed for a project is never the amount that you ever expect. There we go. Oh my gosh, I was gonna start an audiobook today. Then I just stared at the library, the Audible library. And I immediately went, I don't understand what Caboose listens to. Come here! No, no! Hold on. You like Bedrock more than Java? Yes. My biggest number one is that you can use a controller with Bedrock. There is no, like, compatibility options that you have to, like, put in or a mod or something. It just immediately works with a controller. I like that Realms you can switch between devices. I have not utilized this function in many moons. But it's a feature that I still really like. I also, this is where I first started playing was Bedrock. I get the mechanics more. And honestly, Java confuses me. But also, for the longest time, I genuinely could not process playing video games with a keyboard. I was convinced that a controller was easier. But also, I like the villagers more. I like the mechanics. I know that they're so much easier on Java. Like, there's so many things that are so much easier on Java. The game also looks very subtly different between the two, and I actually prefer Bedrock. I like mouse and keyboard, and switch from Bedrock to Java mostly for Ball Hunters. Yeah, same. Literally never considered Java. I did play Zombie Cleo was playing a Skyblock mod for a while, so I played like a Skyblock mod for a little bit. That was my first like Java experience. I exclusively see Java as the version of modded Minecraft. Like I don't know how to describe it without making it sound like I don't see it as regular Minecraft, but I don't see it as regular Minecraft. Like genuinely, I see Java as the chip in which you eat the modded Minecraft content. Right? Like I don't particularly play I don't play Java as like a regular regular Minecraft. And it's not just because like I have a stream world and blah blah blah. Like I just have never my brain is never connected. You know, you could play Minecraft with like you could play Minecraft on another thing. It's just been always I've played Minecraft on Bedrock and then I do modded on Java because the mods are better on Java. Let's be honest with ourselves. Like the add-ons that Bedrock adds, waste of money. I know that the people who make them for free, like make them because they're free because they're down, like you can download them. Like it's it's not as good. Like people are just not making the money, but like I don't think Mojang needs that money. Like from the marketplace, Mojang doesn't need the money. They don't need it, but they're money hungry about it. Like marketplace has gotten bigger and bigger. The button got bigger. Like it's a whole thing. Okay, here's my chance to get a zombie horse. I don't know where my bow went. My wife played Minecraft with a controller and hated it, then went to mouse and keyboard and loved it. Yeah, it's easier for it is easier, but it's harder. It's a whole thing of like it depends on how your brain functions. All right, Esther, come. Come. You can go. Anyway. Ooh, goodness. More block placing and ranting. Honest fun. I know, right? It's the best time here. I don't know where my bow went, though, and I'm a bit concerned about that. Hey, my bow. What? Where'd he go? Um... Um... fly around and look. Despawned. Yeah, I must have, because I heard it literally behind me. And I was like, good, it's following. And then I just turned around and it was gone. Oh, sorry, I want your tube coral. I bet we totally tubular. Anyway. I don't know, I prefer Bedrock. But also, like I was saying, the microtransactions are getting out of hand. I don't feel like they should charge. And honestly, this add-on thing is really annoying. Okay? Like, I don't know. The fact that you're paying to add, like, mods in, you can go on CurseForge and get those mods for free for Java. Like, I get what they're doing. It's like, oh, this is how you add mods. But, like, fuck off. You can add a lot of stuff, you know, but it's still, I don't know. It's just not the same. But I like to complain, though. So being able to say that, this isn't as good, like, saying that, like, Bedrock is the, redheaded stepchild is kind of fun. Because it's definitely not treated like it isn't. I feel like a lot of the time, but it's hard to also please a community when you're calling Java and Bedrock the same game and trying to bring parity, and then the parity that you bring is like garbage. I saw when like the lead mechanics were brought over to Java and like Java players were so excited. They're like, "Oh, we couldn't do this before." And I'm like, you're happily eating the slop that they give you. Also, I don't think lead mechanics quite worked the way that, you know, they claim it did the whole time on Bedrock. But I also don't mess with a lot of game mechanics, like funky ones. I'm not here to break the game. If I was, I'm gonna assure you that it wouldn't be in the traditional sense of break the game. I'd just be down to ruin it. No, I'm not gonna retrain the river for the record. I don't want to. So I won't be. I could also get rid of the river and just make it one big landmass, but I'm solid. I don't want to do that. It sounds like the second craziest idea I've ever had. And this is the first. I've come up with some pretty bad ideas before, but this one kind of takes the cake. It's like making your own biome. Oh, hi, Chopped! I'm late because grass needed to be cut. Well, that's funny. We're getting rid of the grass here, so it never needs to be cut again. There's only 2 more boxes of terracotta, and then I have to go out and get more. I like that this is turning into a proper shulker monster, by the way, guys. I don't normally function like this. I don't normally function at this level of a mess, but I am right now. It's beautiful. 13 out of 100. Not really close to the 100 mark. No. You'll get there. Eventually. I'm going on vacation the week that you're at 99, though. I don't. I'm not. I'm not a good person, but I never claimed to be. Okay? I never claimed to be. I will change your game. Okay? Shaking in my boots. I started my day off with a hot chocolate. Huh. That's not safe, but I like that. Oh, my Amazon delivery is 4 stops away. My stepmother-in-law keeps calling herself the evil stepmother. She's really proud of this. She's really excited. I bought her a shirt. Not a threat, just saying. I don't know if you know this about me, but everything's a threat. Someone once said, I hope you become as big as Mr. Beast, and I immediately said, why are you threatening me? Like, everything's a threat, okay? No, but just read. No, but just read. Okay, I read it. That's a use of your bits. Channel points. Is it embarrassing that I don't know the difference between whatever Twitch has got going on? I just don't care enough. Ooh, do we start putting in custom trees next? No. 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 Grounded. No Minecraft for a week, if you even consider that. Oh my god. I can't with me. Custom trees? Who the fuck am I? I've literally never made a custom tree in my life. I have 6.6 points. I can waste 50. That's true. Yeah, that is only 50 points. I try to make it cheap because if someone's genuinely not getting their point across, I don't want it to be like a paywall thing. But I thought 1 was too much. I thought 1 random strangers that came in would abuse that. Everyone who watches my streams is strange enough. We don't need strangers in the mix. Okay, we don't need anybody stranger than you guys, okay? That's the limit. That's the limit. Nobody's stranger than you guys. Nobody's stranger, okay? No. I had it. I had 100k, then I made her end her stream. Yeah, I know. You're a jerk. You know what? I'm gonna get my own account. Okay, I'm gonna make another account. I'm gonna watch my streams on that, get all of the channel points, and then I'm gonna end my own stream. I just want to know how long it would actually take. Right? Like, how long would it take to get that? Without spending anything else. Because the settings can be different per streamer. Like, you don't have to have the same settings. So... how long would it take? I'm halfway there. Not saving for it, though. Until this moment. Then later, you're gonna have... later, when you're there, you're gonna go, she really needs, like, more aspirations. I need to spend my money in other ways. Honestly, I can't think of any commands to add. Oh yeah, you really don't use yours, Froz, do you? Phrase. You don't really use your channel point things. Not really, yeah. So minus maybe like, I don't even know. Minus a couple. You're probably the best control for how long it's going to take. And you've been here a while. That's a problem. Redeemed hydrate. Well, that was a waste! Now you're 100 down from where you were. I was already thinking about drinking some tea. Oh. Complete all. Ow. Just cracked my back. I need the lime. If I don't do it now, I'm gonna forget, and then later I'm gonna find this and gonna go, what was I thinking? There we go. I'm glad, though, that I can at least entertain with rants. Oh, this needs to go away. Honestly, I was considering playing Tomb Raider today, but I was like, even if I choose that after I've placed as many blocks as I can, then at least this training project is getting a little bit closer to done. Because I try, guys. I try. When I'm not streaming, I'll come in, I'll still do a few. Like, I'm genuinely trying to finish this training project because it's driving me crazy, and I know that it's big. It's massive. I will save until I physically can't. Well, more mentally. Yeah, I don't know how much of my streams you can really consume before you actually have to plead that you are slightly insane. But I think after 99, that's where we'll be. How long do you have to watch in order to have those stream streaks? I'm writing Chop's villain arc, by the way, single-handedly. This looks so good, though. Oh my god, that looks so good. Hold on, we have to go to the other roof, because this is a little closer to where everything is. It looks so much better than the regular Minecraft terrain. I love it with a passion. I shouldn't. This is so good, though. God, I'm a genius. Look at that. The trees, I think, gotta go, though. But I'm gonna deal with those later. I'm not crazy. I was tested. If you can cheek a pill, you can fake a test. Just saying. I wouldn't cheek a pill. I wouldn't cheek the candy your parents give you, okay? I'm sure everybody needs that candy to grow big and strong, okay? You guys take your candies. Even if you're not allowed to chew them, you take your candy. Though isn't that the big thing now, is that, like, everybody wants gummies? So all their all vitamins, like, fiber supplements, all that are in gummy form now. I don't got time for that. Again, too sweet, too early. Okay? Too sweet, too early, I'm good. I don't need that in my morning. Mind you, I've somehow gotten into the habit of every meal needs a dessert, but still. I think you need to get tested. Which one of the tests? Which test specifically do you think I should do? Because I passed all of my evaluations. All. Nah, I'm 70. I'll die in a few years. I'm good. Oh, that's really insulting. Oh. Just capitals too. Didn't spare feelings by using lowercase. I don't think there's anything wrong with me. Guys, my last therapist used to run over on time because there's nobody after me, so we used to have like actual hour sessions, even though like she only gets paid for 45 minutes. And my therapist now, he called me on time yesterday, and I was like, what is your problem, dude? I'm like, for the first time in human history, you've called me at the exact time that you're supposed to. This guy's been jipping me, by the way. 5 minutes every session. Because at first, when I found out this, like, the sessions ended at, like, a specific time, like, after 45 minutes, I was like, oh, yeah, no problem. And then I was like, nah, this bitch owes me 5 minutes. Every session, I was like, no, he owes me 5 minutes. I don't give a shit. He owes me 5 minutes. And then the other day, he called on time, and I was like, how dare you? I was like, I have things to do, sir. I had to rinse off Esther's paws. By the way, I don't know what I've created, guys, but if you don't rinse off Esther's paws now, after she plays outside, she just jumps in the tub and screams at you. It's her chance to bite at the water, though. It's cute. She's precious. No, there's a spider on my wall! I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. Thank God I have this giant bottle of Tylenol. Sounds about right, you having a therapist. You should try one. It would help you with that thing that's called empathy. They'd be able to get to the bottom of it. Why you don't have it. I'm spicy today. I'm spicy. Okay, we're gonna reset. Anyway. I need therapy because other people didn't get therapy and they gave me reasons to go to therapy for everybody, okay? I do have empathy, just not sympathy. Oh, okay. Well then. No, that makes perfect sense then. Oh yeah, no, that's correct, right? Right? Yeah. I've gone the wrong direction. How? I've reset mentally, so I actually don't understand what the how is. I'm just gonna be honest. When I said it's time, I need a reset, I genuinely just said, let's forget about what I was doing. I can just do that, you know? Magic powers. Wait, is this? No, I'm in the wrong spot. Oh, okay, we're missing 2 layers. That's funny. I think we're missing... Yeah, we're missing 2-ish layers. I don't know. Actually, hold on. Okay, so if it's a restart at this layer, this is the layer. I need that and moss. You have 2-minute delay. That message was sent 2 minutes ago. Oh, okay. That's fine. Future me doesn't have to answer past questions, right? When do you start day drinking? At what point? The filter's gone anyway, so what? When do I start? Anytime, got it. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, right? Nah, I wouldn't do that on stream. I have more dignity than that. Not to mention the last time I did drink on stream, it was what was it? Sons of the Forest. That's a game to play. Well, you should. It's fun. You know, I'm actually more concerned about you guys now. I'm actually more concerned about you guys. What do you are you guys okay? You're promoting day drinking. Is everyone okay? Why? What did we do? You guys are promoting day drinking. You guys okay? Oh, thank God. I'm not gonna lie, I keep questioning if I've done this right. Why don't I ever finish what I'm doing? Like, some way, shape, or form, it's not finished. I don't know how I write my formal complaint to myself, but I'm writing it presently. Sometimes you need a morning beer. Oh my God. Only if you're of age. But, jeez. I asked Caboose the other day if he'd be concerned if I started drinking, and he just went, yeah, okay. You have fun. And I was like, what? And he's like, I don't. He's like, you have fun. You'll be annoyed by the end. I was like, what if I took a shot every hour on the hour? And he was like, you wouldn't do that. He knows me too well. I process the fermented drinks too quickly. Fermented, distilled, doesn't matter. Too quick. Also, very low tolerance. That's a whole different thing. I don't drink very often. And when I do, it's like wine or something. Or a cheeky little bit of gin. Hello, good luck with that. Thank you. I'm gonna need it. I need more blocks. Where's the thing? Where's blocks? Blocks. You know what? Later me problem. I say that a lot. I make a lot of problems for myself. Okay. I think I'm doing this correctly. I never am 100% sure if this is right. Alright, now it's the moss layer. Honestly, this is probably how most of the hilly areas are gonna go, is I'm gonna have to keep pulling out the blocks for it. Ah! I fell. If it's hot outside and you're working in the yard, it's 10 a.m. You deserve a cold drink sometimes. I don't disagree with the cold drink. I just don't know. I actually don't. Well, like I said, I don't. I think the last time before my recent glutening was like a month and a half ago? No, wait. 2.5 weeks ago. I made chicken scampi. Wait, did I drink any of that? No, I didn't. So yeah, a month and a half ago. That chef's juice, by the way, the one that I was using for the chicken and the shrimp scampi, would not drink that. It literally had, like, award-winning on the fucking bottle. That's a goddamn lie. Who the fuck drank that? Hillbillies? Like, I can't. Someone without taste buds, like, had 3 taste buds, went, that's okay. And then couldn't smell, because it also smelled like ass. Our wine or whiskey. That one's definitely more of an error on your end than my end, because I don't understand. Of course, though, I can understand the argument of if you've done a good job, you deserve a little treat. I get it, but just, I don't know. I've never been really interested in being one of the cool kids. Oh, why did I do that with my fist? Well, make a spot for it at least for when I come back with it, because I still have to place the other blocks that are around here. Oh, this actually goes down one. What do I do with the egg? You know what? Don't answer that question. I'm gonna throw it. Eventually. Okay. This was supposed to be done in here. I need more lime terracotta. God damn it. I'm not prepared. Okay? It was a test and I didn't study. Y'all, I still have there was a test and you didn't study nightmares. And in all honesty, I'm in those dreams going, I'm married. What do you mean there's a test I didn't study for? Like, I'm an older person. In those dreams, I'm literally like, I'm married. Why would I have a test? Still can't reason it out. I'm so glad that I collected an obscene amount of sea lanterns because, like, it's the only reason why we have stuff, right? Not every day, and if you ain't got nothing else planned, why not? That is true. Yeah, if you have nothing else planned and you're ready for whatever happens afterwards, then do it. And also of legal drinking age. I feel like I have to emphasize that. I needed the carpets. Something tells me I'm going to go back through here later and be placing the carpets down. Alright, well, that didn't get properly done, so we're just gonna shave off some land. Make it work. Might as well at this point just grab what I need. Of course, of course, of course. Of course, of course. You know, some people, that doesn't go without saying. Okay? I have to make sure I say it. I'm gonna get flagged no matter what, but I'd at least like to be able to put on the be able to say in the statement that I said bad idea, don't do it. Okay? Plausible deniability. That's why we don't talk about anything else. I have some control. Do I? You know what? It's a fact that can be argued. Ooh. But, because I still have this on me, I can actually take care of this right here. Because that's the next layer here anyway. I actually really like how this is going. Like, I hate the process of placing all these blocks, but when I take a step back and look around, I'm like, this looks better than the Minecraft terrain. This is better! I'm an innovator. I make things better. Excuse you. Excuse you. Now that's assault with a deadly weapon. Okay? Attempted murder, that is. Minecraft mobs don't follow the same rules. Um... I had to go around and question why this wasn't well lit up, didn't I? If I was faster, I could have taken that. Might as well just grab a whole stack, right? Here we go. Perfect. Alright. I'm gonna be right back. I have to switch over laundry. I exist again. I just go in and out of existence. Like a normal person, you know? Oh my god, I'm waiting for the kittens to get out of the destructive phase right now. And it's a long phase. I know a lot of people say that they would do the puppy phase and the kitten phase again. But y'all, I wouldn't. Maybe one out of, like, the 4 cats. The 6 cats we've owned. Just had to do that math. I would do the kitten phase again. Because she was precious. Okay? She was perfect and precious. And the whole the teenage phase is where it went wrong. You know, I actually have a theory about that. Like, if your animal has a tough time adjusting as, like, when they're younger, the teenage phase might not be as hard. And I think it's just because your animal's already prepared you for Armageddon. I'm done with the puppy phase, too. I love my dog, but no, exactly. Pardon me. So, Caboose and I we were at the vet years ago with I think our dog or something like that, and someone was like, "Oh, he's so precious. I bet he was great as a puppy." And I was like, "Yeah, he was a good puppy. He, you know, a Pomeranian doesn't really. It took him till about 2 years old to have the bladder of an older dog." So, like, he'd have to go to the bathroom often. He had to have 3 potty pads down at any given time, or he would pee on the floor. Like, it's a whole, I was like, I don't think I'd particularly go back to it. And they're like, "Oh, if I could do the puppy phase all over again." And I'm like, pick me up at the teenage phase and I'm good. Like, literally, I'll take the teenage phase and I'm good. I swear to you, I will redo the teenage phase, not the puppy phase. And I'm sure to some people that's crazy because the teenage phase is like the phase where, like, people on Instagram right now, they're trying to convince me, okay, guys? My Instagram algorithm has been trying to convince me to get a Belgian Malinois. And I looked up like 3 or 4. I looked up probably more than that, actually. I looked up a bunch of different stuff about German Shepherds when we got Esther because I like to be informed. Not before I get the animal. No. No. I'm responsibly irresponsible. I like to look them up after I get them. Like, look up the information, look at what, you know, like, certain breed standards, certain, like, breed health issues that come up constantly, right? That bitch spawned in a fully lit up area. What is their spawning credentials? But I looked it up, and now all I'm getting is Belgian Malinois and German Shepherd stuff. And other herding breeds as well. And I'm just immediately like, what the fuck? And then, because the tinfoil hat never actually comes off, Esther's nickname has developed, guys. From Esther to West to Westers to Western to Western Star to Best Western, the Best Weston. When she's in trouble, I tell her she's losing stars, guys. Went through my email and I was getting a bunch of hotel ads, and I just immediately went, fucking excuse me? Excuse me. I'm not looking up hotels. I have no interest in traveling. I have too many fucking animals to travel, okay? I'm not traveling. Okay? Who's gonna give Daisy her medication twice a day, every day? Okay? No. I am the one who can do it. Caboose does it maybe 3 times in a weekend. So 1 out of the 3 times that he would have to give her meds, I have to do it because she fights him. She fights me too, but she just knows that I'm not stopping until this medication's in her because my priority is to keep her alive. Happiness can come afterwards. You can be happy because you're alive, okay? But we're not doing it. Not doing this, not taking it stuff. But, like, I literally looked through my email and all of my my ads were for freaking the best, like, Best Western and all that stuff. And I'm like, what in the fuck? I was like, that's not okay. It's okay. My brother's trying to convince Esther that her name is actually Reese's. He thinks it'll really mess with Caboose when he says that he wants a Reese's and Esther comes running. But, yeah. We'll see how that goes. Honestly, though, truthfully, I don't think I'd do Esther's puppy I don't want to do Esther's puppy phase. Right now, I would redo Esther's puppy phase. But that is exclusively to undo what we did when she was a puppy. Because we were too insistent on the way to fix her reactivity with strangers is for her to go interact with as many people as possible. It's fucking not the answer. Guess what? It's not the answer. And people who keep walking up to her and trying to get her to, try to pet her, you're making me want to reach out to a t-shirt designing company to say, this isn't a petting zoo, you weirdo. Okay? I'd want that on a shirt. That's kind of funny. It is kind of, but still. I don't understand why I'm getting so many ads, though. I just can't. I do want to know what happens, truthfully, when Caboose looks for some Reese's and says something, and then she just comes out of nowhere. My brother's been trying to teach her that that's her nickname for a while, and I just have to say, I don't know if it's successful yet, but when it is, I'll let you guys know. Because I did say Reese's to her the other day, and she just kind of was like, hi? I think. She's also... Oh my god, guys. So a while back, Esther, who's trained, has manners, and knows etiquette, jumped on a counter at a store that we frequent, that she's allowed and welcomed at, by the way, just so you guys know, she's welcomed there. She took down some displays. And to just check if she could have actually made it on the counter, we had her jump on the dining room chairs. Didn't think anything else of it. She made the jump, by the way. She's been jumping up on the dining room chairs, like the island chairs, and chilling on them, and staring out the window, like by the slider, and just watching and looking around. And I don't know when she started doing this. I don't know why she started doing this, but I have a suspicion it's because the cats sleep up there. And I think she's just at the point of them stealing her crate that she's just like, I'm going to steal all the places you guys sleep. Because she tried to crawl up onto one of the pillows, and I was like, There's a weight limit to the pillows above my head. It's not necessarily a weight limit. You said it was okay when you let her do it. Okay, well, nobody said that there was any issue with it. I just don't know why she's doing it now. Okay? Not to mention we told her up and then we told her immediately down. Typically, she just thinks that we're doing, other training. because she does do work where she jumps on random objects and then has to hold it for a minute and then jumps down. And so I just thought she would think it was normal, but you know, I don't understand. I'm not telling her to get off of the chairs when she's up there. For the record, I got 2 pictures of her this morning. So I'm not telling her to get off at least, but I just don't understand. I don't know why she's done these things, but I'm assuming it's to be with the kittens. Because to be honest, the kittens don't get in trouble for being on chairs, neither does Daisy. So she's probably just trying to live her life. And then I'm the monster who just wants to disrupt it. You know, there's a limit to placing blocks that I feel like I'm just starting to... there's somewhere in my brain that keeps screaming you're placing them down wrong. There's no wrong way to place blocks so long as you're placing them in the right spots, but like, yeah. Oh, this is the line. I go past it a little every time. Alright, let's see. Let's see, we did that, we did that. I don't think it goes down low over here. Actually, it goes up one more. Oh, this is the next layer. I hate that this is so much more work. Actually... There we go. Because that's for a different color. By different color, I have no idea what's next. But I'm sure the gradient will tell me. Oh wait, lime's next. Oh god. Oh my goodness. You know, I just realized that my music is not playing. You know what? I'm gonna leave that. It's fine. Who's gonna look at this area? Like, genuinely and tell me this is wrong? My thoughts. Oh, gosh. Oh my god, I told my therapist, I swear, there was someone looking out for me the other day with him. I told my therapist about how I decided to just rage clean instead of do what he said, which was actually take a day off. And he was like, yeah. And then he, like, started talking. He does this thing where he just keeps talking and talking and talking. It's almost like it's his therapy session. And I just... It gives me this whole, like, speech. Annoys me. But I couldn't hear what he was saying because the line kept breaking up, and I just immediately was like, sounds like I am in the right. And then he gave me a question, and I just immediately went, do I normally answer his questions, or do I just ignore what he said and go on with my day? And normally I like half answer it and then go somewhere else, so it's fine. I just want you guys to know, he's never brought up, do you think you have ADHD? Because the answer was, I was tested. And I was on medication for a little bit. Then I don't remember what happened with it. I just stopped taking it. I feel like this was like a decision that everybody made. Okay. And by everybody, I mean any the adults in my home. They made the decision. And I followed it. Wait, that's not the next color. Lime is not the next color. Have I done this wrong again? This is my rocket box. Somewhere I remember putting lime. Here, I put lime. I don't think that would be the next color. Would that be? Hold on. Dark green. Dark green's the next color. The green concrete is the next color. So the next color down is green concrete, not lime. I think I haven't made that mistake anywhere else. We're good. I've made that mistake somewhere else, I swear. I bet you I have, and I'm just completely blanking on where I've done it. I'm being attacked by sky rats. That seems weird. Agreed. Most things are weird. I secretly don't like my therapist though, so it's okay, guys. Okay. Whew. My brother told me that there was an update to Minecraft and that he had sniffers in his house and then all of a sudden they were outside his house and was like, you need to check to make sure your animals are inside your house if you had them inside your house. And at first I was like, yeah, okay. And then I was like, hold up, wait a minute, how many animals did you have in your house? And he was like, I don't know, 50 sniffers. And I'm like, mind you, he plays in creative. So I was like, what do you need that many sniffers for? What do you mean? Why have you done that? And he just giggled. He was like, yeah, no, that's a normal amount of sniffers. And I'm like, that's not a normal amount of sniffers. Okay, let's put all that stuff away. So I started this conundrum off stream, and I would like to bring it back up now. What is the easiest way to make concrete and mine it? Would it be in the water? Like, would it be underwater? Because then when you place it, it immediately solidifies. And also, you can't offhand place, so like, I don't know. This is what I got together for the project. This is what I've duplicated. These are the unfair earnings that I have. And I'm okay with it. Okay, morally, it's fine. Alright, what if I stack one... Hold on. There was an area where I was doing this. What if I stack one row up here? I feel like placing underwater would be the problem. That's what I do, but offhand place. Yeah, but that's Java. Offhand place is strictly Java. I think I'm gonna have to pillar up just to see where all of the places that I missed with stuff. Oh my goodness. This is actually the best view of what I've done so far. And honestly, I love every moment of this terrain. I don't know why, but even if you take away those dots, which are actually the most annoying part, this looks better. It would look better if it was a little bit... if it was done by somebody who cared. The issue is that if you mine this too fast, you get sand. Like, you get the blocks in your inventory that aren't, like... Yeah. Water bucket from the top, maybe? Well, I'm gonna do both. I'm gonna see which ones feel the fastest. Why was I'm over here. Was that not a full stack or something? Oh. Arguable. I'm missing a block. Okay. Okay, that was not fast at all. I need this, and I also need one of these. I'm here now, so yeah. See, that's the issue with Bedrock, is that you also can't explode this with TNT. You can't make a concrete farm and then explode it with TNT and expect to get everything from it. Also, how did I miss 2 blocks? I mean, so far I haven't missed many. Which is nice. I'm not gonna lie. I am happy that I haven't missed many. Now, you don't think I've messed this up, so it will look good. This might be the fastest, but it's not the easiest. My headphones is way too loud. I think that's the fastest though. Damn it, I need 2 boxes of this stuff. And I don't want to place water. I want to get out of the habit of placing water here because there is concrete powder that is part of the vibe. I'm going over here because there's a beacon. I think this is the fastest though. Why didn't I bring more with me? You know what? It's fine. Yeah, I think this is faster. I think so too, but like, you know what's the fastest? TNT. I think I just heard. Where's the little car emoji? Oh, it's delivered! Sick. There we go. Yeah, I guess this would be the fastest, especially with minings, with the haste. I don't know what I think I was about to say mining speed, not freaking call it by what it is, just mine speed. That's how that works. Oh my gosh, so I'm a boring adult. I bought new bath towels. Our bath mat was falling apart. It was cute, but it was really, really thick, heavy. It took 2 dry cycles in our dryer. Our dryer has nothing wrong with it. It's not clogged. We went above and beyond. We actually replaced the line. And Caboose double checked everything. It's not clogged. The dryer just could not dry that specific bath mat. Everything else in it was dry. So we got rid of them. We got these other ones that are super cute. They're like loop thread, kind of like microfiber. One of the kittens has already actually pulled the thread through the back, so it's a little messed up. Just on the little mat that goes in front of the toilet. So I picked it up and I put it exactly where any sane person would put it, which is not there anymore. And I'm just gonna store it somewhere else from now on because I like things. I'm not enjoying the kitten phase. I think they're moving into the teenage phase. They're both spayed now. I keep questioning if Kuma is, but like, I've never had a male cat before, so it's fine. Like, dead ass never had a male cat before. He is... Whew. He is what everybody describes a female dog as, okay guys? He's kind of clingy, he's a bit of a bitch, and an absolute sociopath. I figured out the other, if you were here, great. If you weren't, welcome. Here's a story about how my cat attacked me while I was playing fucking Resident Evil. I figured out how Kuma ended up jumping on me for Resident Evil. I don't know why in his little, in his brain, somewhere, the parasites, He thinks that jumping on the bed right at chest level or face level, he thinks that's okay, and he specifically does it all the time and jumps up and gets in our face and stuff like that. But while I was playing Resident Evil, I guess he wanted to cuddle. And he jumped on me physically, and I guess didn't expect me to be as jumpy as him. I out scaredy catted the scaredy cat. And so he ended up clawing the fuck out of me when he put it in turbo mode to get away. And then I started observing the fact that this cat exclusively comes up to me when I'm on the bed at chest level. He exclusively gets on the bed at chest level with Caboose. He doesn't seem to understand getting down lower, and I'm trying to teach him, but he's actually proving to be worse than Bishamon, who, by the way, has had to be physically, like, shoved off of things when she's told that she can't be there. She stares at me and goes, "What are you talking about?" And I'm like, "No, get down." And then I spend, like, probably too long telling her to get down, and then I finally just go, "Get the fuck down." And I just kind of, like, push her off, and I'm like, "You cannot be up there. Down good, up there bad." Kuma, I didn't know needed that firm of a guidance. I didn't think he needed that, but I think he might need that firm of a, "Bruh, you need to stop jumping up there." Why do I have to land up here? I could have just pillared. I'm gonna pillar. But I'm trying to work with him on it so I don't get scratched again. He hasn't tried to jump on me since then, and actually while I'm streaming he hasn't fully bothered me quite the way that one would expect. Hold on. Okay, my senior dog's just barking for no reason. Kuma's probably the one he's barking at, because Bishamon's over there. I'm gonna be honest, I have no regrets over naming my cats after anime characters, and what I do regret is that nobody knows that Esther's named after an anime character. Cheer your way to the top. Fuck. Oh. Anyway. Do have to say though, when I hear people look at me weird, like when I hear people say like Bishamonten, I just assume they're giving like the weirdest look of like, what? I think that's one walk. I just assume they think that I'm weird. They're not wrong, but still. I decided, why have all these fun, like, we watch anime. Okay, I haven't watched it in a while, but we watch anime in this house. So I was like, why not name animals after characters we like? And Bishamon's name was Yato. Noragami is one of the great animes. It was Yato, then we found out that Yato was a Bishamonten. And let me just tell you, my brother gave me so much shit. We truly believe that the name fits the animal a little too well. A lot of the times we genuinely name our animals a little too on the nose. Diva being an absolute fucking diva, pretty on the nose. And she's been a diva her entire life. Frickin' Daisy is a sweetheart that does attack when provoked. And then Sparky's a ball of energy that never seems to die. And I mean that as his energy never really seems to deplete. Now he's a senior, his energy, it's not that it depletes, it's that he'd rather use it barking at nothing. Totally fair. You know what? When I'm a senior and I retire, I hope to have those dreams. But Esther's really, My brother hasn't watched Trinity Blood, so he doesn't know if Esther's matched the energy, but I don't think she has. She might be the first one that hasn't, but he literally was like, you named Bishamon wrong. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And he goes, you named her wrong. And I'm like, how the hell did I name her wrong? He goes, she's crazy. And I went, yeah. She's named accurately. And he's like, no, she's problem. He's like, my friends looked it up. And I'm like, yeah. And in the show, she's a god of calamity. And he's like, it took me a little bit to realize that he didn't know what calamity was. And I'm like, she's a god of chaos and problems. And he just went, you named her wrong. You made her worse. What do you fucking mean? You named Kuma after a villain, not a villain, but a somebody who has a bounty or whatever, I don't know. In One Piece. Like, he didn't name Kuma any better than I named Bishamon, to be honest. But it's always really weird to hear, like, older people call out the names. I mean, Bishamonten at least looks a little bit how it's spelled, to be honest, which is all that matters at the end of the day. Kuma does too, so, like, that's what matters. The Yato made people very confused. Which, I'm going to be honest, is going in my back pocket. And it's going to be for the next animal. The next animal is supposed to be for Caboose, but we'll see. Yeah, sometimes they have pre-designed owners. And sometimes they pick their owners. Bishamon's picked Caboose, but I think it's because I went through, like, she goes through phases where she doesn't have to be told anything, and sometimes she has to be told. And when she was younger, when she was, like, under 6 months, I was constantly going, no, get down from there. No, get away from my plants. Nope, don't you fucking knock that thing over. I swear to God, I'm gonna lose my ever-loving mind if I have to clean up soil one more fucking time. And then I would lose my ever-loving mind because I had to clean up soil, like, 6 times a day at first. So now she's like, you're the one who tells me when I'm doing something wrong. It's like, don't be fucking wrong. I mean, if this cat literally would, like, look at me and knock stuff over, or she'd just start chewing on a plant and try to take it and walk off with it. The ones that she practiced around were pet-safe plants. She is no longer that bad, thank God, and she is now around non-pet safe plants, and she's fine. I don't have any of those I don't have any plant that, like, they take one, like, the pollen of the plant gets on them and they'll immediately be violently ill. I don't have any of those. Like, I just have stuff that's, like, if they eat a lot of this, it could definitely either, like, really upset their stomachs or possibly kill them, but, like, they'd have to eat too much. They'd have to eat quite a bit. Pothoses, they are toxic, but little known fact, they make the mouth numb before, like, well before you're in the range. And so Bishamon, I think, figured out that they made her mouth numb, so while she was in the teething phase, she kept trying to grab leaves and chew on them, and then she just spit them right back out. She doesn't touch my plants anymore, which is nice. I did catch Kuma fucking with my Monstera. And this cat gets scared of his own shadow if it moves. So, like, I don't think he's gonna appreciate what happens when that Monstera goes down. I mean, I'm gonna scream, but, like, he's not gonna appreciate the fact that that plant's quite big. I was actually talking about repotting it recently with Caboose, because he was like, I think it's time to repot that. And I'm like, no, she's pushing out new growth. She's good. She stopped. All aerial roots are back into the pot now. And I was like, I think it's time was like, I think it's time that I have to repot this. And I just don't want to. It's like, I don't want to do it. It's like when I did the moss pole, I didn't want to do any of my moss poles. I love them. They're so pretty. I have about 90 houseplants. I've lost a few. I've bought a few. We are in a debate in this household if I'm allowed to have alocasias. I have to keep the 3 that I own alive in order to prove that I'm worthy of having them. One of them got spider mites because the Alocasia portadora just constantly has them. She's in that cycle of her life right now. Anyway, we're not going to judge her for her things, okay? She wants company. But she gave spider mites to one of my other alocasias, so I just chopped it back, and I was like, the last one I chopped back died. I'm just the last one that I chopped back died. I killed it. This time I've switched up the tactics. And I'm using peat moss to grow them in. Because you can't pay me enough to do sphagnum moss. That dries out too fast. And I've been having really good success. I got the idea because my Alocasia portadora is still in the pot I got it in. Which means it's still a nursery soil. It's a big controversy in the plant community if you keep them in the same pot you got them in or if you change out the pot. I just personally don't give a shit. I'll switch out the pot if I like. I'll switch it up if I feel like I need to, or if I'm looking at the plant and I'm like, If I squish, typically if I squeeze the bottom of the pot and there's a good amount of resistance, I'm like, yeah, she needs to be repotted. Other than that, I don't bother. I know I saw somebody, like, someone asked for, like, plant advice at a plant thing on Facebook. And they're like, I don't know what to do with this plant. I just got it. I'm kind of new to plants and blah, blah, blah. And someone literally was like, oh, repot it and pest treat it. And I'm like, where'd you get it from? Hold on, stop. Where did you get it from? Like, you can't don't just fucking aggressively repot it right when you get a new plant. This is not survival of the fittest. Like, depending on the type of plant, you can make it very unhappy. I know. We bought a sensitive plant. It's as sensitive as it fucking sounds, little bitch-ass plant. Drove it home on a 90-degree day with the windows open. She was DOA. She was dead on arrival to the house. Yeah. Stressed her out too much. Okay, do you think she would have appreciated a repot when she got home? Probably not. It's actually crazy that I have so many houseplants. I've been in a bit of a funk with them too. Like, I just haven't been wanting to get more. I really love, begonias. They're really pretty. There are some that are really, really nice. I lost 3 of my begonias over winter, like into the spring area, like right around when I lost the bell pepper plant, which had spider mites. Because of the alocasia. That the first time I noticed spider mites, I was less vigilant, okay guys? A lot of plants had them, and because I put the bell pepper plant in quarantine compared to all the others, yes, I have a bias. She lost everything. I was gonna get bell peppers. In the middle of winter, it was gonna give me some beautiful peppers. But nah. Then she got diseased and died. It was her fault. But I've done moss bowls and stuff like that recently though, and I did I finally did some plant chores, and I just looked at one of my moss bowls and I went, I don't love you. I was like, you don't make my heart full of happiness. So I just chopped it off. I took it off the moss bowl and I reused the moss bowl for something else. I was like, no offense, but I will not be re-establishing you as a plant ever again. I was like, you don't work. Why is it doing that? I was like, I can't do this anymore. It also means one less moss pole for the kittens to knock over, because best believe they be trying to knock over my big stuff. Like, they genuinely... I got a mint monstera. I'm not usually the type of person to buy very expensive plants, but I think this was a birthday present or something. It's not that big still. Yeah, it's small, but they keep knocking it over. And because it's such a small plant, somewhere in my mind I'm like, well, I can't fuss over it. If I fuss over it, I'll kill it. And we can't fuss over it because it was $45 and I cannot kill this tiny little plant that was $45. They keep knocking it over. There's literally like 5 plants around it and they just keep knocking over this one specific one. I have like 20 to 30 plants just in one room, on one side of one room. And for whatever reason, when people come, they're like, oh my gosh, you have so many plants. And I'm always just like, is this a lot? Is this a lot? When I was talking to my family, they actually told me about how my grandma used to have plants. And they were like, yeah, she had too many. And I'm like, what? It's like, how many did she have? And they were like, oh, like 10 or something like that. And I'm just like, what? And they were like, yeah, we kept telling her that she just can't keep bringing in plants. And I was like, y'all disgust me. Despicable. Excuse me? The woman who birthed you decided they wanted to bring home plants. And you kept saying, oh, I can't believe you're doing that. No, despicable. Despicable. I was like, that is ridiculous. I couldn't tell if they were kidding or not. And I don't think they were. Like, my mom used to say it nicely, but my other family members, when they found out, were like, oh no. Sounds like someone's gonna get their card taken away. And I'm like, excuse me? Excuse me? I will bite whoever tries to take my money away from me buying plants. I will bite them. The fuck? I'm telling you. Just can't. That was the line. Sounds like a lot. No, it's not that many. It's not that many, okay? I can stop anytime I want. Oh my god, my elytra's almost dead! So, fun fact about my elytra being almost dead. Me and my elytra almost had the same amount of health. Sounds like a lot. I mean, honestly, most of my anything with my family's too much, but I think honestly, don't judge someone's plant collection size until you can't walk in their house without specific instructions on how to get through it, okay? When it's Hoarders Buried Alive Plants Edition, then you complain. Also, why is that my now goal? I need experience. I've been doing all flying, no killing. I want, honestly, like, genuinely, the idea of Hoarders Buried Alive Plants Edition has brought a bit of smile to me. Bit of a smile. No judgment. If it makes you happy, go for it. No, you can judge me. It's okay. Hoarders buried alive. Plants, I think, would be... You'd smell a lot of soil. The air wouldn't be as fresh as one would hope, is all I'm going to say. It is a lot, though. It does take me, like... If they all need to be watered, it takes me about an hour and 45 minutes to water all my plants. If I have to water and clean them, which I'm supposed to do every, like, 2 weeks to a month, it takes me about 2.5. And I want more. But now I'm being more selective about what I want. Now I'm being selective. Like, I got... Oh my god, this was the best thing. I went to a grocery store and they had, like, a variegated plant that I had killed. A variegated version of a plant that I've already killed. It was an alocasia, obviously. They're so pretty. Anyway, but, immediately, Caboose was like, you're just gonna kill it? But he let me buy it anyway because I had cash. Fucking a month later, someone's trying to sell the same plant on Facebook Marketplace for $45 in the same pot that they got from, like, the store. And I just immediately went, wow. It's like, this is why I'm picky with what I buy, because I'm not gonna settle for that price tag. Which is funny, because I did pay like $45 for a plant, but I have a rule in my house, which is that I try not to pay like over like 20 bucks for a plant. Unless it's a specialty one, right? It has to be something that like you don't find every day, and it's not one that like you just, every time you go to the garden center you see it, and it's there. It's a very strict rule that I have for myself. I hold myself to higher standards than I'd like. Also, don't you do this again. I don't know what's happening, but it sounds like a lot of violence. I like that solid wall of green. I've come to a conclusion. Okay, I can go one more over this way. But I've come to a conclusion of why I have to make the terrain green. The green hair dye is officially seeped into my brain. That's what happened. Careful, guys. I've gotten a few comments, by the way, since I started dyeing my hair, that my dye is gonna make my hair fall out, and I just immediately was like, okay. I don't know if this person meant it in like a nasty way or if in like a like you're just damaging your hair way, but okay. And then that made me want to re-dye it. So I did. And I have to say, it was the first time that I've had a good experience in the supply store where I got the hair dye in a while. Ulta does not carry the color I want. They don't believe in fun. It's not like I have a job that cares what color my hair is. Employment. I'm actually glad that I can do whatever I want. I kind of hate the idea of not being allowed to because of whatever. Like being able to just do whatever. I mean, literally, what was it? 2 weeks ago, I think. I cut my hair. I didn't just like trim it. I cut off a solid like 7 inches of hair, and I was just like, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I was like, I cannot do this anymore. I tried doing like a cut and just moving on with my day, but no, I had to cut it. I had to cut it shorter. I just couldn't do it anymore. I only let myself near the scissors, the hair scissors, when I knew I wasn't going to grab the clippers and shave my head off. Because I was just so done. I think this is only something someone with long hair would understand. But there's a point with hair where you just immediately are like, so it's always up. It's always, you know, annoying. And it's touching me in a way in which I think needs a restraining order. There's just a point where you get to that and you're just like, yeah, I'm done. And I hit that point. And then I had to go past it because I was ready to shave it all off. I don't think I'd look good with a shaved head. Kudos to those who can pull it off, though. I know one person who could pull it off. And they could pull off anything. Literally anything. And they've proved it. They've proved it. But, like, they could wear a trash bag and it would be cool. Because they've just shaved their head, like, completely before. Because they work for, like, the tree... Like, they work for, like, a park service thing. So they go out and they, like, clear trails, cut trees and stuff like that. And tick season was not that great one year. And they just kept getting sick and tired of their hair, like, having to be checked over so thoroughly. So one day they just shaved it all off. And just makes you hate them just a little bit. Because you're like, I can't do that and look good afterwards. There's some people that just can't do that. It's a selected audience that can. Of course, I saw a thing of, like, people can have, like, ridges in their scalp. Like, they could have, like a Shar-Pei. And I just immediately was like, no. And immediately touched my head and checked to make sure. I don't think I have any have any spots like that, but still. Would not shave head. Considered it heavily. Now at this point, I'm just waiting to go full gray. I'm gonna dye it orange. And then by the time I've dyed it orange, I'm probably gonna go, you know, this was a terrible idea. But I've said that I'm gonna do it for years, so I'm doing it. There's a woman at one of the stores we go to. She's a worker there, and she has bright purple hair, and it's the same brightness all the time, which means that she dyes her hair regularly to keep up with it, and I just love that. I've decided that this is the way that I want to mine it. I don't have enough rockets. Maybe I'll just do a row. Yeah, I'll do a row at a time, so that way I can also grab the blocks that fall on the ground. How dare you? Oh my gosh. So, my brother slept on the couch yesterday to try to get away from his cat with severe dementia. She's a super senior. Everybody loves her, except for him right now. Because she screams all night. He did not repeat that. He did not sleep on the couch again. Because I guess all the animals bothered him when he was asleep on the couch in their living room. The living room isn't for people. Nobody uses the living room. How dare a human try to do that? I wish I was kidding, but like, genuinely don't use our living room. There's mold in our house. Not like the biohazard mold, you know, not Resident Evil mold. If so, I'm pretty sure they would have found mold in my brain, but I don't know. I don't like hanging out downstairs because of that. And honestly, most of their time we don't go down there. Like, Caboose's gaming setup is down there now. It used to be down there. Fun fact, it used to be down there. I don't know if I used to stream down there, actually. I don't remember. I don't think so. But at one point, it was down there. I think my point... I think it might have been down there for like a couple weeks. Ooh. Ooh, I gotta switch over laundry. I'll be back. Hey guys, I did the laundry actually recently. Okay, back. I had a chicken stick? What is this? Yeah, chicken snack stick. Yeah. Why does the company want me to donate money? Oh, learn how your purchase helps us donate meals. Okay. I saw, it says thank you behind the meat stick. Behind the poultry stick, I guess, technically. And I just immediately was like, you're a big enough corporation. I don't know how long it's been, but I'm gonna ensure that these blocks don't despawn. I spent too much of my hard-earned minutes making this. They may be duplicated blocks, but I still care about them the same. Honestly, I have no regrets about duplicating these blocks. I thought I would. Honestly, I thought I'd have a whole, like, moral obligation against it after I did it, and then be like, oh, I can't use these. These were cheated in. Nah. It's for terrain. Like, it's the least... Like, if it was for, like, a mega base or, like, a big build or something, I'd be concerned. But, like, I don't know what I just did with my pickaxe, and I'm really impressed. There we go. Can I land with 3 hearts without killing myself? Apparently. I can. 3 hearts was the good number. Duly noted for next time. You know what I really don't like? I don't know when it happened, but like, the fact that it takes so long to recoup your health in Bedrock. I feel like it wasn't always this agonizingly slow, but I don't know. I get they have to do like a combat update for Bedrock and for Java, and they're not undoing things that they did, right? Like, for the most part, they're not willing to undo stuff. They're also not willing to add things, like the feature of going on the Bedrock in the Nether. Bastards. You can't, and if you do, in Bedrock, get above the Netherrack, you're not getting below the Netherrack again. There's no way to delete the stuff. Like, there's no way to delete Bedrock, like, thoroughly in Minecraft. Minecraft Bedrock Edition. Foundation of all problems. But they're not willing to get rid of it on Java, and they're not willing to add it. And it's just apparently going to be a feature of Java now, because they at first didn't understand, because it was a bug. It's like how Redstone worked on Java was just straight bug. Now they kind of understand it because, yeah, there's been enough users who figured out how to use it and then abuse it. DocM77. He's definitely not the only person who uses and abuses it, but what he's about to do to Scar is like the most amazing thing that I've ever seen. The potential on that is so amazing. That's how you get somebody back for touching your redstone. Creepers are the only mob that you can't get back at for ruining your redstone, and that is just because they've already done the job for you. They can't do it again. They have to send in other reinforcements. And they don't come in droves. They're not like zombies. They don't call in reinforcements. That's the thing about watching mostly Java players. Like, literally every player who does, like, YouTube videos that I watch, besides one person, is, like, a Java exclusive player. Caboose watches Silent Whisper, and he's even playing Java right now because he's playing with the Create mod. Which, I don't know. Create sounds too difficult. I had room to go one more over. Ooh, a piston pusher that automatically detects and pushes the blocks would probably make the placing of these blocks easier. What? No, we've had a few despawn. Oh yeah, I've had a few despawn, that's for sure. You know what? That's not bad. I'm not gonna call that a failure. I want to, but I'm not going to. $64 blocks is really tall. Or deep, considering which direction you're going. I've started the kettle twice during the stream, like restarted it to make tea. And I'm starting to be convinced that I'm probably never going to have any more tea for this stream. I might. It's cold! Oh my god, we paid our wood guy. We owe him less. We owed less this year because we're buying less. We had a tree cut down a while back, beginning of winter. And we were like, hey, we got a tree for you. And he was like, okay, cool. You know, no problem. We were like, so if you cut it up, if like you bring the splitter to our house, like would that be a thing? Like you come, you split it. He did, and we got like 1.5 cords of wood. We have about 2.5, maybe 3 cords of wood left. We got a new wood stove this year, and we got 6 cords last year. We got 1 more cord because, yeah, things were not good the year before. We also had a little bit of PTSD from the year that people were stealing our wood. Somebody stole over 1 cord of wood, which where I am, not what I pay, but what I've seen around is like, that's $350. So we moved the pile, got a camera, and I guess those people stopped stealing because they just didn't. They either were like, it's no longer convenient, my neighbors, or because we had the camera. And yeah, I think my neighbors were stealing my wood. They've never gotten wood delivered before, and they always somehow had wood, and it never seemed to go down. And it's not like they have their own wood stove or anything and like, oh, Sam, they were going to freeze. They weren't. I promise you they weren't. They have a little fire pit thing on their deck. And they sit out there. Even in the winter, they'll sit out there. Shit. They'll sit out there in the winter and they'll actually like get fires going. We think they were one of the people who were stealing our wood. And then literally the next year and the year after that too, I spotted this creepy ass, kind of grungy old man walking up the street around the same time as he did the year before, looking at wood piles. Like, looking to see, like, who's got wood so far, like, because I'm telling you, previously, people were stealing, like, our wood guy. I hate that we do this now, but we have to. Our wood guy used to drop off wood, and, like, we used to just leave the pile. Like, just straight up, like, leave it until it was all of the wood, and then stack it all at once in a big stack party. And now that we own the home and, you know, everything, we just immediately were like, I'm not calling people over to stack wood. Like, I'm not. So I've been stacking it myself, but, like, I think people were even stealing off of that. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if someone was stealing the tree that we have corded in the front yard right now. But because of that, we actually bought less wood, and I felt so bad for the guy who we've been buying it from, because he doesn't do it for many people. He doesn't do it for many people anymore. And we pay him in cash, which sucks. It's annoying. I know everyone's like, you can go to the bank. My bank's like, I don't know, like 2.5 hours away or something like that. I locked in with a bank that wasn't in my area, and when we moved back here, we had to go with that one. We had to stay with it, because that's where the credit card was. Weren't willing to change. We're too lazy for that. We are too lazy for that. I think we still owe him still, but good news is at least though the wood, it didn't, because we needed less, we won't have to pay. Like, we don't owe him much more. Thank God. But I was honestly thinking about it right now. I don't think anybody would be stealing off the wood outside right now, because everybody saw that camera. When we moved the wood pile, we also installed a camera. And we installed it on a weekday when everybody was driving by, it felt like. And a lot of people saw it. And we mentioned it, like, in town, like, and all that stuff. You know, because at first, like, nobody cared. Like, my father-in-law, he didn't care if people were taking wood. He was like, somebody needed wood, and that's fine. And then the year that Caboose and I almost ran out because somebody had stolen over a cord, we were both like, fuck them. Like, we almost ran out. And I was like, now you're, like, you've missed whatever, like, you thought was happening, you've missed the plot significantly. And we got, I think, 5 cords. We got, like, 1 cord more than, like, previous years. And I guess that person just thought because we got more than we usually get that, like, obviously we were buying for them. Maybe? I don't know. Maybe that's what they thought. Maybe they were like, oh, they're buying for me. I don't fucking know. I don't think the camera even works anymore, which, by the way, I love that. But nobody's fucked with it, so we think. Gotten a few comments on our cameras, actually. And it's always from, like, the weirdest places. Like, the homeless guy, when he has people, they, like, one of his friends, like, commented on the cameras and was like, yeah, you're tracking my comings and goings like the government. And I was like, what are you doing that needs to be tracked? I was like, what in the fuck? I'm actually really not into cameras. I think it's just weird. But we even got home security after our elderly neighbor, who is our grandma, started saying that we were going into her house and doing a bunch of stuff. This was before she was taken from her home for a while. And, like, the chief of police was like, yeah, so Is there any way you can prove where you were? The house obviously isn't wet. Nothing's disturbed. He's like, I don't believe that's what happened, but it's elder abuse, so we have to investigate. And I'm like, oh yeah, no, I have proof. I was like, I have proof. And then for like a solid, like, for as long as she was home for, I actually was like, all of my like exercise and stuff like that, I tracked, like, just to keep. It's sad that you have to like track yourself in order to protect yourself, because you can't trust that someone would be like, well, obviously you didn't do this. Father and son duo stealing my fucking concrete. But now we have cameras, and they go off constantly. The wind, everything. They're not Ring though. I couldn't afford that shit. Not that I'd want it anyway. I got like a glimpse of that, and I just thought, who put a Rastafarian hat in my base? That's crazy. I would be out there with a loaded turret. That's fair. Dude, one of the guys, so we finally got our propane line fixed after years of it leaking. But it started leaking in like a really bad spot, so we had to get it fixed. Anyway, the guy fucking told us about how he stuffed an M80 in his wood. He like took a piece of rotted wood, stuffed an M80 in it, threw it in. And he did it with a few pieces to ensure they got him. And he's like, yeah, heard about neighbors down the road. Their wood stove was destroyed by some weird wood. Now it's like heavily illegal and it's destructive of property, and booby trapping is illegal. You can't home alone somebody anymore. Rules and everything. I mean, at first though, you have to assume that like people are, you know, down on their luck and they're not doing well. You know, for the amount that was taken, it wasn't concerning up until it was a horde. I wasn't upset. I wasn't upset. I was just disappointed. And I respected the hustle. Brilliant. Right? Except when you think about the fact, like, you put yourself in their shoes. I know they're stealing. Put yourself in their shoes. They've not only now gone, fuck, the neighbors know we've been stealing from them, but they also went, my wood stove's cooked. Like, the way they were heating their house, gone. And I honestly think that might be actually the most diabolical thing ever. Action, reaction. Yeah. Fair. The consequences of their actions are coming back for them. Oh no. I don't know. I thought it was wild. I was like, that is so illegal. And it's so sad that that is so illegal. Because I was like, that's genius. I casually looked over at our neighbors and I was like, that would blow up so much stuff. Besides, we don't know if it actually was them that was stealing them, but they had wood delivered to their house for the first time ever. And they always seemed to have a steady bit of wood under their deck that never went down. And it's not like it's not like we spray painted like our wood so we knew what, like, whose was what. 'Cause who the fuck would do that? Crazy people. I wonder if those people continued to like, I wonder who those people decided to like take the wood from after that though. Like, genuinely, I wonder if it wasn't my neighbors, because like a cord I think we would have noticed from them. So I think it was multiple people. It was literally like the pile used to be right next to the fucking road, guys. Like, people you literally could drive by like the postal service and just like take wood. Like, you didn't, it was easy. And we moved it. But which by the way sucked. But at least that year, because so much wood had been taken, the skids were basically empty. Which only infuriated us more as we were doing it. You could just put some little firecrackers in there. I could, but now I have one of those soapstone wood stoves, and if that got into our wood stove, I genuinely would not be happy. And I'm not the one who brings in wood. So, many jobs in my house that I do, but I refuse to bring in wood. It's one of those things, you know? I'll bring in like an armload, but I would put them in, I'd put firecrackers, the special pile. Yeah, but like, it's booby trapping. That's the thing though, it's booby trapping and it's illegal to do that. You're not allowed to like bait or booby trap people into, you know, like, to damaging their stuff. And even if it's a shit wood stove and it's like valued at like $200 or something like that, you still would have to, like, you still could get sued for emotional damages, because that's the world that we live in now. Which I think's wild. I mean, technically, the amount of wood that they stole would have probably been the cost of their wood stove. I mean, we sold our last wood stove. We sold it. I felt so bad for the family that was buying it. Because they didn't really have much of a choice on... You could tell that they just didn't have the money. And we were like, yeah, no, this wood stove's great. You just have to replace the fire brick at some point. And they're like, can you run it without it? And Caboose was like, I wouldn't. And then I looked it up and I was like, I absolutely wouldn't. What? It's like wild. Run it without the fire brick. But that's dangerous. For the metal. The best part is that when we actually replaced our wood stove, my father-in-law hemmed and hawed, guys, about us replacing it. Oh, that's such a waste of money. Oh, you could get a nicer one on Facebook Market. Why would you buy new? We got a tax incentive for buying a new one. We got some money back from buying that night, from buying a new one, by the way. And then he saw it and went, it's beautiful. Worth every penny. And I just went, you two-faced bitch. No, they must have fell in there by accident. Oh, yeah. My accidental fireworks that may or may not be illegal in the location in which I reside. No, the local teenagers did it. Yo, the new chief of police might buy that. The other one definitely wouldn't have. I'm gonna be just honest with you. The last chief of police would not have fucking believed that. The last chief of police would have gone, what the fuck? I lose things all the time. No, same. I've lost 3 things recently. Two of the things was my dog's antibiotics. I placed him down. Caboose saw me place him down. The next day, I went to go give him give my dog the like, he only had a couple more days on the antibiotics, which I swear to fuck he didn't. But, like, the packet went down too fast, and the antibiotics were fucking gone. Where did those fireworks go? I can't find them. Still don't know what happened. And then there's, my press-on nails, they went missing. They were in, the garment bag, for whatever reason. So they were all in there, besides one. Fucking found that, thank God. Still didn't find the antibiotics. Tore the kitchen apart, didn't find them. Fucking, there's a box that had hanging baskets in it that I crocheted. Gone. Gone. So, like, dead ass. I could use that, but, like, genuinely, the old chief of police would not have bought that. Trust me. He was a bit, you know, he gave Caboose some shit for being on a job site and it not being removed. Like, actually being paid to be there. And then one of Caboose's, coworkers was like, yeah, his truck should get pulled over or something like that. And he was, like, ratting out what the problems were with our truck, which it's not road legal for sure. And he just looked at him and just went, I don't care. Because where we live, people just don't care. They're like, if that truck's only going from here to there, I just don't want to hear about it until it gets into an accident. Then it's going to be a problem. That's just how it be. It's like how they don't get on you, in my area at least, like, if your motorcycle, like, registration stuff is off until, like, into the season. Because at first it's like, well, everybody could have been trying to get to the registry to go get that done, and, like, you don't know. You don't know what people need. Some people don't pay for it for the whole year. Actually, motorcycle insurance is kind of cheap because they assume that you're not riding it in the middle of winter. At least in, like, areas that snow. But I can assure you that I've still seen people riding their bikes in the middle of winter, and I've just gone, I don't know if I would do that. Like, I'm gonna put aside the fact that it's the winter and it's cold and the elements, you're near them. More near them than you would be in a car. You're out of bike season, and these motherfuckers in their fancy ass cars hit bikers in season. Just too much risk. Reward not high enough. Well, if I need to make suspicious stew, I'm gonna have a lot of these flowers. This is how I'm gonna heal. I'm gonna make the suspicious stew with the flowers, and I'm gonna heal. Damn it, I need one more stack. It was the cats. They take things. Yeah, exactly. No, it was the cats. The raccoons, officer! I had it in the shed and I don't know what happened. The raccoons must have gotten it. You know what, officer? The neighborhood kids are quite disrespectful nowadays, don't you think? How dare they store their fireworks in that location? Don't they know it's dangerous? That camera doesn't work anymore. Conveniently, it stopped working several years ago. Well, your other cameras just doesn't catch that far. That would be funny, though. I would feel bad, to be honest. Like, at first I'd be like, just desserts! Fuck you, bitches! And then I'd be like, you know what? That's really sad. Because if they're stealing from me, they obviously don't have the resources to heat them, like, to keep themselves warm. So, like, to keep their family warm, to keep their animals warm. And like I said, like, a cord of wood where we live is like 350 is the lowest I've seen. I think it's 375 this year. Or 400. Not sure. Don't know. Don't care. Not excited for when my wood guy stops selling wood. Honestly, getting the new wood stove was part of the, insurance of making sure everything stayed, like, ensuring that we could actually afford wood later on. Can you guys believe that I talk so long on stream while placing blocks? I've been trying to figure out why I've been so tired lately, and I think it's because this is so much socialization for me that I just need a reset. No wonder, like, when it comes to this time every week that I'm just like, I'm done. I'm ready to take a nap. I think I'm about to use this entire box of concrete that I have made. And I was right. Mining the blocks is, you know. Also, I don't think there's a lot of cats around in our area. Our neighbor's dog is, our neighbor's dogs don't have a fence. And so I don't think there would be any cats in the area. I don't want them to get them, but they want barn cats. They want Maine Coons as their barn cats. And I just immediately went, I don't think the mane of the coon has the skill set required. Like, all cats have mousing abilities, and sure, but like barn cat life is a bit for a breed that needs grooming. If I streamed, it would be awkward silence because I don't talk much. That's amazing. You know, I've considered, though, not talking. So maybe pure silence and just vaulting is what you do. Just pure silence. And when someone comes in, you, like, pause and you, like, go, hello. And then you just wait for like maybe a minute. And you just, no. But I had the solution. It's fair. I had the solution. Honestly, streaming is not for the people who give a fuck. You either there's a lot of people who want to stream and they're like, oh, if I get enough views, I can like pay my rent and blah blah blah. If I make it on Twitch, like if I make it on whatever, they're like, yeah, I can. The likelihood of that is really low. I've been doing this for a year and a half. Could I be farther than I am right now? Probably. If I was more about it, more about making Twitch clips, and more on it, and brought fake energy that I don't fucking have. You know, I left my energy in my other pants is definitely my attitude. And, I just can't. I just can't. So, like, I respect that, like, any reason for, like, not being able to. And talking for hours on end about just nothing and nothing actual, like, substance, I get it. It's not easy. It's genuinely not easy, because after a while, you just start going, I don't know what I've said on stream and what I've not said on stream. Not to mention, there's this hump that you get. It's not really like a hump, but there's like a point in streaming where you look at your view count and it's 0 and you just go, so who am I doing this for? And honestly, if you're not doing it for yourself, then you're already probably setting yourself up for failure. This is not... It's not for the weak. I understand how to grow in the streaming, like, stratosphere. Like, I get the fundamental of it in the baseline. But I look at that work and I just go, so in order to get clips, I have to fabricate moments to get good clips consistently. I'd have to, I'm not this fucking exciting unless I'm playing a new game. Right? Or I have a mission. Like, sometimes I want to be chill, and doing crazy stuff is just, it's the way that you actually, it's the way you do it. And a lot of, like, the funny clips where, like, people, like, have moments and stuff like that, some of them are genuine, and some of them are a bit of, like, a show personality. Right? So, I wouldn't expect anyone to just start streaming. And honestly, what I recommend, in truth, is if you wanted to, which, like, specifically, you know, Froz said no, but, like, even though I offered a great solution to his problem. Just saying. You're offering solutions. It's a lot. It's genuinely a lot. Honestly, the first, like, couple months of streaming, it was weird, and I was awkward, and I had, like, panic attacks when I would start. And, like, I started with playing Phasmo because it was just, in my opinion, the easiest way to start something is to do something that makes it easier, and Phasmophobia was one of those games where, like, reading chat, interacting with chat, and having to be on for chat specifically was not a game that I needed to ever worry about that happening on, because Phasmophobia is one of those round-based games where, like, during the round, you're not fully paying attention to chat, which is where Dan comes in. I've rated him several times on stream. He was one of the first viewers, believe it or not. Excellent solutions. Thank you. I just want credit for my solutions. That's really all I want. But, like, yeah, there were many points where I just was like, I don't know if this is really for me. But then again, though, I was having a lot of fun. I didn't need that. I could have done this. It's definitely not for everybody. And you have to be not necessarily comfortable talking with strangers, because that's only a small part of it. You have to be more so comfortable talking with yourself. Because even sometimes, like, with the big streamers, like, yes, they talk with chat, but they also find a topic and just kind of keep going, and they'll like respond to chat and keep on with their conversations a lot of the time. Like it's a finesse. I don't have that finesse. We're going to change topics 72 times. We're going to go on a roller coaster ride of I hate this game, I love this game, and it's almost a guarantee every stream. Almost. Like right now, I don't know if I love or hate Minecraft, but the block placing is kind of nice. ASMR if I didn't talk so much. But also if I didn't talk so much, you'd be bored. Yeah, lots tell stories while playing. Exactly. I don't live a life of excitement, so I don't have much. I don't have much. I was trying to find an audiobook, but that's like besides the conversation. Because right now we're exclusively talking about just like streaming in general, but it's one of those things that I try not to think about too hard while I'm on stream. Because I did have days where I would look at the stream counter and I would see like I just actively watch views drop and I would just go, why am I doing this? Like, why am I wasting my day doing this? And then I would just, I'd end stream early or something like that. Or, like, I would keep going and then I'd get a view. Like, I'd get somebody back. And then, like, someone would start talking in chat. And it's not that, believe it or not, the lurkers are more common than the chatters. Which is so fine. I never force anybody to talk in my chat unless I'm, like, asking a question and you've already been chatting. Unless you're like, I'm just gonna lurk now. Which is fine. I don't press. Because I think that's kind of gross. I think over-promotion is good because that's how you become that's how you get relevant, that's how you stay relevant, and that's how you grow. But it also is a bit weird to watch, especially in posts, like, after a stream, if you're, like, you watch, like, someone you really like, but there's, not pushing their stream, but they're, like, talking about how you should go here and there, and, their YouTube, their TikTok. It's just like, you know what? Can you stop trying to sell yourself for like 5 minutes? I usually lurk, mostly chat with Vault Hunters trying to help out. And may I just say that you are a scholar and a gentleman because you offer help that is genuinely valid, helpful, and appreciated. I don't want to sound like I don't appreciate help, because I do. But ruining everything is one of the things that, like, hindsight I notice more than anything. Thanks, you're welcome. You're very welcome. Like, see, that's the thing, too, is, like, I don't like it when people come in and ruin things. Right? Like, it's kind of like, oh, that sucks. Why would you tell me the entire, like, like, the whole thing? Like, what joy do you get out of it? But also, like, in the moment, I don't receive exactly everything as spoilers because I'm actively just going, I don't understand. If an answer were to fall from the heavens, I'll take it. But it's when the help is condescending and acts like I don't know what I'm doing that I get sassy. And I haven't had to get sassy in a while. I say sassy because I get rude and then it doesn't sound as polite as it could. But that's one of the things, though, is like when you stream, you have to deal with a bunch of different personalities. I don't think my audience is mostly men. I've looked at my algorithm, I know. So I know that I'm going to experience more male attention because my algorithm has said so on every platform. which is fine. I was disappointed at first. But I've gotten over it. No spoilers in Vault Hunters. There's no way to really spoil it in Vault Hunters. Like, Vault Hunters specifically is one of the harder games to spoil. Like, if someone tried to spoil Tomb Raider while I was playing it, I'd troll the fuck out of them. I'm just gonna be honest. Rage quitting would be their, like, final act of the stream. But, no, dude, when you think about it, streaming's so fucking weird. Streaming is just so weird. I also really hate it when people are, like, trying to figure out, like, obvious private information, too. I think that's really fucking weird. Like, I respectfully disrespect anybody who's, like, trying to figure out exactly where I live. It's like, why? What would you do with that information? I am far ruder in life than I am on stream. Believe it or not, on stream, my main focus is to not get hacked, to not get DDoS, and to not piss someone off that would ruin my streaming abilities by constantly botting me. Those are literally my goals. So, like, you know, like, I'm nice to a point. I've been told that I'm not as nice as I could be, but, like, I'm gonna keep that one in. I'm gonna keep that comment in. I've self-filtered, and that one was rude. I've self-reflected, and I stand by what I was going to say, but I'm not going to say it. I don't know. It's weird. It's so weird, though. Like, when I first decided, like, when I first decided to stream, this is so funny. It was a joke. Between Caboose and I. He sold a quad. We went out to a store, built the computer, and on the way there, I joked, what if I started streaming? And then the joke kept going, and as we stood in the store grabbing the parts to build the PC, we kept the joke going. And then about 4 or 5 months later, I started streaming. Because Caboose was like, so I built this higher end computer than I needed, and you haven't done the thing you were saying you were gonna do. Sam Streamlore. Yeah. Sam Streamlore. It's the best Streamlore. It started as a joke. And I feel like that's the best. And at first it started as me feeling like I actually do something during the day. And my excuse to game. Like, this used to just be my excuse to play video games and claim to be productive. And now it's still that. That's great, though, right? I dove off the deep end, though, and I looked into a lot of stuff. Like, I looked into, like, how to do it, like, how to stream, like, all the softwares and all that stuff. Like, I went through it before doing it. And then I just, like, after a lot of conversations of, like, hey, you're not gonna, like, make it. It's, you know, just don't be surprised. At first, I was disappointed, and then I was like, wait a second. You deal with so much less bullshit if you say small. So much less. Just point blank. The less people that know about you, the less you have to deal with. Yeah, for sure. Exactly. See, you get it. You get it. And that's where I'm at now, honestly. mean, I used to have people that, like... I even used to have, like, someone who used to stream with me, and they took it a little more seriously, I think, than I did. And then they stopped because they weren't seeing growth. Of course, then they claimed that after we stopped streaming together that they had, like, 10 views on their videos, which is fine. I believe them. And I believe they had a good time while doing it. But immediately, I immediately was like, I don't know if you were playing them for you. And that's the saddest part. I prefer to watch smaller streamers because you can actually talk to them. Because chat doesn't go a million miles an hour. Exactly. Exactly. No, that straight fucking facts. Like, literally, we can actually have a conversation. I'm not saying you're getting, like, preferential treatment, but you're actually being recognized by the person that you're spending your fucking time on. Because, in truth and honesty, though you're not getting paid for your time here, like, your time is still worth a value, right? And if you have a thought and you go out of the way to put it out there, and someone doesn't even acknowledge its existence because they can't even see it, it's kind of like, I don't know. I mean, I lurk more than I chat. If it wasn't for the fact that Dan sees when I raid him, he wouldn't know when I watch. Or I watch streams that were like, that are now on YouTube and stuff like that. Like, I don't talk because I don't see the value. I see it more as like a TV show. Investing my time and valuing your time. Exactly. You don't have to value my time. Just gonna be honest, you don't have to value my time. I don't value it, so it's fine. Wait, that's wrong. But it's crazy, honestly. I try to stay out of, like, the streamer talk because sometimes it goes a little off the rails for me. Because I feel like it's a boring conversation, and sometimes it can come off as like, well, I'm not growing. But, like, I think I've made it quite clear that I don't care, and I actually prefer not to. Because I can't imagine my chat moving a million miles a minute. Sometimes, when there's, like, multiple people in chat talking, I just go, can they self-entertain? Is that okay? Like, mentally, I'm like, is it okay if I just, like, glance at these messages and just be lost and not know what they're talking about? Or do I have to monitor this? Do I have to make sure that they're not planning something? You know, I don't like it. There's extra work. Oop, that's wrong. Because there's also, like, a weird end of this of, like, I'm a quarter responsible for the conversations happening in my chat. I say a quarter because I'm not willing to accept responsibility for what y'all fucking decide to say. Okay? If you choose to speak your mind in a way in which is not conducive, that's not my energy. I'll deal with it, but it's not my energy or my fault. Because the most you can do with somebody else, like, the most you can put into something is what someone's willing to put into it. Which, if they've decided to be a bad apple, it's just cherry pick them. Like, just, you know, remove them or remove the comment and be like, hey, these are the rules. Which, my rules were written very sarcastically. Oh, shoot, this was supposed to be filled in, too. Oh. Well. That's just weird. I don't know. I also don't focus... I focus very little on self-promotion. I I was forcing myself to make clips. And then I just apparently was allergening myself and decided to not put so much heavy focus on like I have to get clips. And then this week, because I just didn't feel good, I also didn't focus on clips. Like it, you know, as far as like air quotes job, mild obsessive hobby at this point, it just doesn't, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter how much effort you put in if you're not enjoying it. I'm putting my self-enjoyment a lot of the time over the quality of the content. Arguably makes better content. Arguably. Okay, there were a couple places that this block needed to be placed in. There's a bed there, that's why. There was something over here. No, wrong block. Lovely. Okay, well I didn't bring that one with me. Oh my gosh, also, the actual stress, fun fact, of ensuring that you, like, don't say something wrong, cancelable, because people, like, as soon as you say something wrong and they think they can cancel you for it, they get vicious. Okay, they get excited. Okay, you gotta be careful. Not everybody has good intent on the internet. Which is an obvious statement. Which is why they're trying to regulate so many things. Cutthroat, exactly. It's why it's why they're trying to restrict, like, children's access to certain stuff, right? Because they're just like, yeah, if they can't access this, then they can't be bullied or put in a position of talking with an adult that's really fucking creepy. Right? Like, it's the solution to the problem, but the solution isn't perfect. Right? Because then people are being policed. Yeah, they're doing that here too. I know. I hate it. I hate it. Like, I feel like in a way it's half negating the parents' responsibility. Which is, I don't know. Let's just say there were a few things that my childhood prepared me for. And I'm going to be honest with you guys. Wait a minute, that is so not the next color. No, that is. Never mind. Okay, you ready? Quicksand. Quicksand was prepared to come in contact with that constantly. Being kidnapped? Constantly. People offering me free drugs? Assumed it was going to happen at every turn. Didn't happen. Stranger danger? Don't talk to strangers. Like, and now, because of the age of social media, children have fucking cell phones that are mini computers. Children have cell phones. Which, they have scientific backing. Yep, prepared us for all the wrong stuff. Right? When's the last time someone's offered you, like, anything? Like, drugs cost money. So, as an adult, you're like, drugs cost money. No one's just gonna offer that to yappy-ass fucking kids. Mind you, I knew somebody who had been on the wrong side of that before. And was, like, you know, hospitalized and all that stuff. And, like, they were fine. And the lesson they learned was just to double check. It wasn't don't do it again. It was to double check what they were being given. So yeah, didn't actually learn. But it's so crazy because now like we're giving kids cell phones and like giving them access to the internet when there are fully physically developed adults with brains that should have been developed out here acting like children and being fucking creepy and like it's just you've thrown them into a shark pit that they don't seem to understand they're the bait for. Not to mention, like, these bullying laws, I get it. I get them. I completely understand why they're so strict, and I'm fully understanding that it gets too far and, like, it has serious consequences. But also, now these little bitches can't handle being bullied. Yeah, it's scary to think about. It really genuinely is. Like, the internet is not... It's just not. And there's literal scientific data proving that cell phone technology addiction is, like, very damaging. Doom scrolling, instant gratification from, you know, like, Instagram, TikTok, all this stuff. It's actually rewiring our brains in a bad way. And this is damaging for adults, but then you're putting young, barely developed minds into the same position as you would an adult, and they're not fully aware of what's going on. They don't know that stuff. Right? It's scary. One of my friends that we used to talk with them, they have kids. I have babies. I call it babysitting. I played with one of their kids with like video games, and he said something to me about like, oh yeah, my cousin figured out how to like break his child lock or whatever. And as he's telling me and giving me all this information, hold on. Told me the whole situation, and then I immediately told his parents because I was like, I was like, no. The second I heard Roblox was the gathering, like the conjuring of those people, I immediately just went, why do games need game chat? Okay, do you guys remember Halo? There was no game chat. It was, that person pissed me fucking off. What's their gamer tag? Right? Like, it was, they pissed me off. What's their gamer tag? I'm gonna go there. Like, I'm going to that party, and I'm gonna cuss them out. You picked that. There is no picking your interactions anymore. Yeah, my sister-in-law made sure my niece weren't on social media until 18. I get it. I think 18 is definitely a bit strict, but as long as they're prepared mentally for the world in which they're about to enter into, because that's another issue with like with young girls specifically, like the whole thinspiration bullshit of like, you're not skinny enough. Like, that shit is plastered over every social media. It's promoted to every single person to the point where, like, most doctors assume that if you're female, you have some form of an eating disorder or you've had some form of it in some part of your life that you haven't noticed. Like, genuinely dead ass. Because because now there's people that are literally saying that, you know, there's people that are like, oh yeah, if you're a woman and you're not 120 pounds, you're overweight. It's like, so I don't want to tell you how to live your life. Thank you. I was like, I don't want to tell you how to live your life, but I'm just gonna tell you guys right now, your bones weigh something, your organs weigh something. Okay? I don't know what the fuck they're supposed to weigh, but there's a specific amount that your physical body without body fat on it weighs. Baseline. before we even get into the weight that actually keeps you alive. Your muscles weigh something, everything weighs something. So the fucking scale, unless it breaks when you step on it, doesn't have anything to fucking do with your weight, and as long as you're healthy. Honest to God. And the fact that social media is like to children with impressionable minds that don't fucking understand that shit. Like 100%, yeah. I like dead ass, honestly, one of my biggest fears as a streamer specifically is that a young impressionable mind will come here and think swearing's cool, playing Minecraft's cool, cussing people out's cool. No, it's fucking not. It's not. It is, but it's not. I do, however, according to scientific studies, have lower stress levels than people who don't swear. Hair toss. But it's just, I don't know, it's really sad. Like, one thing that pissed me off when I was in school, Minecraft is cool, Minecraft is very cool. One thing that pissed me off in school was shut your face. Minecraft is very cool. One of the things, though, that pissed me off when I was in school was the insufferable need to put a label on every fucking thing, every emotion, every phase through your teenage years, everything that you went through. It had to be understood by adults, it had to be labeled, and it had to fit in a fucking box. And I honestly feel like the boxes are there's more boxes, there's smaller boxes, and I think we're trying to shove every single kid into them. And it's not developmentally, it's not healthy to immediately see a child that's like finger painting and go, oh, she's gonna be Picasso. Or, well, that's little Susie May, and she likes to lick batteries. Like, it's just, whatever. Like, it's just, I don't know. It pisses me off. It's so fascinating though how many like the newer generations are so they're like happy to be in their categories and in their little boxes. I don't know, it's weird. I've seen a spot that I need to fix that. Not everything needs a label, exactly. Not everything needs a label. Not everything, like, this is also just for parents. Not everything also needs to be explained by, like, you don't have to get an explanation of somebody's mindset when something happens either. Like, most teenagers don't have an understanding of why they've done something. They just, A plus B equals C, and that's what they're doing. And I think it's distressing. It's stressing to know that there's people out there that are like, well, everybody fits in a box. Which box are you? I've literally had to have arguments with my family. I gave up on them because they're not worth it as human beings. But like I had to have arguments with them because they were like, oh, you're goth phase. And I was like, I was never goth. And they're like, yeah, but you're goth phase. And I'm like, but I wasn't goth. And it's just like, even like predetermined labels are damaging, at least also to young minds. Was that actually correct then? I was looking at that wrong. No, that wasn't correct no matter what. No, that wasn't correct no matter what. I don't know. It's just crazy. I mean, Caboose the other day called me an influencer, and I just immediately gagged. I was like, no. I don't know what influencer really means to me, but it doesn't mean what I think other people use it as. And I don't know, I think it actually kind of has a bad connection now. Did I fill in this area over here wrong too? No, I didn't. Okay, this area is correct. Because it goes moss terracotta. Mossed out terracotta. What is this area's layer at the thing? Green concrete. Okay. Oh. Don't you love a good rant? It's just... It's cleansing for the soul. I have to AFK at the moss farm later. It's needed, though. It's needed. I don't know. The internet, though, is, like, genuinely, like, relatively bad. I don't like my therapist, but literally, like, if I say I saw something on social media, he'll go, yeah, but we learned that the internet's, like, genuinely bad. And I was like, no, the Heimlich videos for dogs is good. And he was like, besides those, I'll give you credit there. You found one good thing on the cesspool of the internet. And I'm like, thank you. My talent. I don't know. It's the weirdest thing, too, is, like, I say these things about not liking the internet, not doing certain things. I am actively streaming on a platform that will then get posted onto another platform, right? Before streaming, I had an Instagram, I had a YouTube, and I used Cabooses Twitch. Because I didn't need a Twitch. On none of these platforms did I ever comment on any video, on any post, nothing. Twitter even. Like, did not use those platforms to communicate with other human beings. It's just, it's weird to go from not communicating with people to communicating with people. But, like, there was a time, I'm so old, there was a time when, like, you used to be able to go home and you could leave your school bullies at home. Like, or at school. And then they started being able to bully you through the internet when you were home. And like, okay, well now they're bullying me at home. So you turn off your, you turn off your computer. But like, everything's hit a point where it's just too at home. Right? Everything technically is at home. If you have a cell phone, you have the access to the internet. You have pretty much access to any information possible, given your locations. I remember those times too. I'm too old. I know, right? We're up on our hip replacements, aren't we? Those got to be done soon. But no, it's just like, it was a semi-simpler time. Like, if you were caught messaging, like, back in the day, if you were caught messaging someone on the family computer, okay, guys, while someone's trying to make a phone call, they would know because the internet's being used, right? And so they would go, oh, who are you talking to? And if you said, I don't know, immediately fucking grounded, right? Immediately grounded. If like 80s and 90s parents heard of the shit that like actually was happening with these children that were abducted, that were never found, and were actually like cognizant of the entire sex trafficking ring for children, we'd be homeschooled. These kids would be homeschooled, okay? They would not have cell phones. They would not know what Riz is, okay? Homeschooled immediately. Like, no. Just no. Because it's different times. I mean, they'd also been beaten with belts, but like, you know what? I don't know. I don't know which one is better to survive. I'm not going to pick that. I'm not going to bring that. We're not going farther into that. But like, my point stands. Oh, look at my little... Look at the little golems. They just want a job so badly. Do you think they'll disappoint me if I grab something and put it somewhere else. Oh, that's a filler item. Filter item. Oh, you know what? Here, we'll give him a speed potion. Oh, okay, so I did fill this, so I can't do anything bad. But, yeah, I'm glad I grew up when I did. Same, but also it makes me feel really old because I'm so disconnected from, like, most of the social media. I'm also glad I grew up in a home that literally was like, why the fuck does it matter what everybody else is doing? I also was, like, biggest outcast in my school, and at a certain point, you just decide that you're fine with it. Guys? Where's my bottle? I wanted you guys to feel something, but now I feel like you're stealing. Can you not reach that chest? Oh, he can't reach that. I don't know if I can just get that out of his hand. I can't. Yeah, I don't think I'd want to do. I don't think I could survive in the era that today's generations are being brought up in. Which is funny because a lot of that also stems back to the reason why people aren't having children, because they look at the way stuff's going and they're like, nah. I mean, we're completely ignoring the fact that the way that your children come up is actually based on the way you fucking raise them and not some demonic fucking possession that happens. I mean, maybe the teenage phase might be a light demonic possession. I don't know. I did survive it, though. And the smoke did clear eventually. Oh, I was possessed. Why else was there smoke? I think I smelled sulfur at one point. Oh my god. I've turned this into a joke now, and it's a very serious topic. I don't know, it's weird. It's weird. Like, I found out my niece is dating. She's 13. And I was like, why is she dating? We don't have kids, and I'm okay with that. Same. I have fur babies. Some of them disappoint me more than others, but at least I don't have to be sad none of them were a doctor. You know? I don't have to be sad. I don't have to be sad that one of them, like, decided to follow Chad into the woods. Okay? Like, I don't have to be, you know, I don't have to have problems with that. I have other problems. Just not those. Because and then my favorite thing is the fact that people are like, I don't understand. It's like, no, you wouldn't. Oh, this is, like, hold on, let's do that again. We're really starting to get the vibe, though. I'm thinking about lamp posts, so I'm trying to figure out if I need these blocks actually in the pathway, or would it be better not to? I'm more worried about stuff spawning and blowing up and stealing my blocks, though. This entire task started because Enderman kept stealing my blocks, guys. Oh, gosh. Actually, you know what's wild? Is one of our Caboose's cousin, who we no longer talk to because there was a whole fucking thing with that. And he actively just actively avoids us because he owes us money. He wrecked our motorcycle and owes us money. And is what you would classify as probably like a deadbeat and a loser right now. He's not doing well. But like when his daughter would come over, I would do like a whole bunch of like like cognitive games and all this other stuff. And like she was like barely 2 at the time when we first like met. So I had her playing with like a wooden puzzle box and stuff like that, like for kids. And he literally like came over and started telling her how to use it. And I'm like, her mental development does not need you assisting her, because she actually won't figure anything out for herself if you are actively doing the bare minimum like activity level that she can do. If you are doing it for her, she's not learning anything. I feel like a lot of people, you know, they want to give their kids something better than they grew up in, but like before Twitter was invented, the world was a little bit better. I mean, let's be honest, MySpace wasn't that great. MySpace definitely had a lot of fucking things on it. I think there was like a MySpace killer, like all that stuff. And I guess serial killers might have been... Oh, I'm sorry, Esther. I uncovered you. I think serial killers might have also been a little more popular, but also the age of social media and the, like, constant surveillance has really made serial killers have to work harder in order to get what they want, which I believe is murder. Never did MySpace. Same. I never asked. I never asked. I didn't ask and I didn't care. Okay? I didn't ask and I didn't care. Just gonna be honest. Like, people talked about MySpace and I just thought, that sounds like an adult place. And I'm not allowed at adult places. Like, I'm not allowed to do adult stuff, and that sounds like an adult task. I need to make rockets to go into my rocket box. I'm actually I need that. I mean, I didn't even have a cell phone until I was, like, older. Actually, no, that's a lie. I didn't have a cell phone that could do text messaging until I was older. I made a beautiful presentation on why I should get a cell phone. And I successfully got one. The Christmas tree was literally ringing that year. I then also, in the same year, got in trouble for watching Adult Swim. And then I got my access back to watching Adult Swim, because what I was watching was just the anime. Yeah, the ads were bad, but the argument at least was made by, like, one parent that, like, there's worse things in the world than Assy McGee. And also, I had zero interest in it. Do I have a rocket box for excess rockets? Or do I just, like, chill with the excess in my inventory? What have I been doing? It's been a while. You know what? Everybody's complaining about lack of inventory space, and I'm just filling mine with rockets and moving on. I was an adult when MySpace came out and never understood the appeal. Was not an adult, still didn't understand the appeal. I didn't understand the appeal of Facebook until somebody, like one of my friends, was like, you'll love it! And then I got it, and I just started blocking kids that I went to school with. Just started blocking them. Just started fucking blocking them. If I liked them, and they were kind of okay, I wouldn't. But, like, just started blocking them. Gonna be honest. And I still don't even use Facebook. I use Facebook to doom scroll. I use Facebook to get away from my app timer. Because it used to have an app timer.
And now that it's not downloaded as an application to my cell phone, I can scroll it however long I want.
That one I get because I want to keep in touch with family that were far away. Exactly. That makes sense. I don't like any of my family, so now Facebook is useless to me. But now that I'm an adult, guess what? My friends don't text me on my cell phone that I pay for the actual privilege of being able to make phone calls and text messages with. They use the internet, which is Messenger. I'm so sick of it. It's because we send fucking memes and videos to each other all the time, but like, and that's the form of communication. The hierarchy of communication literally goes from talking to them like a normal person, and then you just send memes and GIFs. That's how you communicate with your friends when you become an adult. You just send dumb shit to each other, and they go, cool. And you're like, oh, they're alive. And they're like, oh, do you want to hang out? That's what we do as well now. Yeah, exactly. It's the hierarchy of communication. That's why it's called the hierarchy of communication. I've just coined that, okay? You just send each other dumb stuff. And you're like, yep, they're alive. Oh, Susan and, Marty, they want us to hang out with them. How do you know? Well, they sent a real message. Real words in this one. I don't know a Susan and a Marty. I just have to put that out there. It's so weird. Growing up is so weird. Like in school, teachers are like, don't talk to your friends. You won't have a chance to talk to your friends all day. And then there are people who get jobs where you can like do that all day. And there's people who get jobs that can't. But then like the people you actually want to talk to, they just send you fucking dumb videos and like memes. They just send you the memes. That's all they do. The memes. Oh, gosh. I have a cat that's scratching on this chair, and when I figure out who it is, I'm going to put them in the bathroom so hard. They're going to be in there for at least an hour. Because I'll probably forget them. But someone's scratching on this chair. I also have fucking teeth marks on one of the handles for making the chair like lean back because Esther was chewing on it. So I mean, this furniture's really gone through it with puppies and kittens. I'm gonna fix it. I don't think it's fun anymore. It's annoying me. I kept trying to land on it when I wasn't streaming, and I gave up. Oh. You know what's also kind of weird, though, is that nowadays, like, if you have cable, it's not as, I feel like it's not as common. You're talking like the much, much older generations, like the actual on their second hip replacement generation, you know? Like full second hip replacement, or maybe third. I think, you know what? Never mind. Third hip replacement generation. Right? Like, cable's overpriced. Like oh gosh. I could go in 1,000 different directions of this, honest. No one asked for it, but I could. Actually, if you're watching, I guess you're asking for it. What is that fucking block? Oh, okay. There we go, I didn't have to land it. I have a dog that's doing the scoot and boogie. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, wait a minute, does this not have... Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, maybe I should go down. Alright. I think this is where I'm gonna end it. Got rid of cable 15 years ago, and now We have it because of the mother-in-law. Yeah, because obviously, like, she needs her shows. She needs her programs. Yeah. We've literally, as soon as we could, I dropped it because I was like, why am I paying $200 for, like, I mean, Caboose has tried to make the argument that the amount of streaming services we have is the same as cable. It's not. It's not. I've done the math, and I was like, in your face. And then he went, what's that number? But still, like, it's still cheaper. It's just, I don't know. Not to mention, I hate to say this, but cable companies are getting more scammy because they're starting, like, they ask for high, like, they ask for too much. In all honesty, why are there 2 carts right here? Okay, they're right there. It doesn't matter. They must have disappeared and I must have put them back without. But, like, they ask for too much. Like, they want, like, oh, the baseline TV is like $100, $200. And then, oh, you want to watch this set of channels. Oh, no, you want to watch this set of channels, and then you want to watch this channel that comes in another bundle. Well, you'd have to get both the bundles. And both bundles are like $50. Then you're spending almost $300 on cable and internet. And honestly, when I hear, like, I don't know, I can't. We lived in an area where internet was $50 for high speed. Then we moved again, and it was a little bit more. I'm paying $80 right now. It's just it's all technically a scam. It's all technically a scam, let's be honest. It's just a question of how much of a scam do you think it is? This is why this is here. I now understand. I don't know. I could definitely go on a dozen more rants. That's the joy of me, is there's a lot that makes me mad. There's a lot that makes me mad. Which always is good. I feel like the joy of some of my streams is you don't know what rant I'm gonna get into, and you never know which way it's gonna go. I truly believe that the fun surprise of what I do is half the appeal, and sometimes not even like the game I'm playing isn't always the determination if you want to watch. It's what energy level I have and what attitude I brought to stream. And when I bully stream, when I bully chat very slightly, you know all you have to do is direct me in a topic. Just send me on my way, and I will waddle straight into that. But I think I'm going to end it here because I genuinely have a dog that is dancing. My poor old senior, I think, has to go to the bathroom, which is fair. I've been going for about 4 hours, and nobody else is up, so no one else can do this. Oh, you too. I'll see you guys Monday, possibly. No, like Monday for sure. Don't know if it'll be if there'll be something. No, because this weekend I'm busy. We'll talk about that next week for sure. But until then, I'll see you guys Monday for probably Tomb Raider. Have a good one. If you enjoyed, do the things. If you didn't enjoy the things, you do the same things. Goodbye.